And we are back. Hope you had a little good something to eat, something to snack on. Um, I want to welcome you to How We Linux. If you missed our last week's convo, well, we talked about on last week's conversation. Shoot, which what all did we talk about last week? Um, for that conversation. Thank you to Steve Buchanan for being on. Black Professor Ops came on. Natanya, Natoya. I don't see it in front of me, so I'm trying to a
The
picture.
Tanya, if I'm not mistaken.
Uh,
Don't
came
kill us
on.
for chopping that one up. The
Yeah,
Tanya, if I'm not mistaken.
yeah. Thank you for coming on. What we talked about. What's going on,
Keep
friend?
it techie.
What's
He
going
was
on?
here.
Yeah, Techie was here as well too. He's live right now on his show. I'll
Oh,
hop
okay.
over there after this. Um, but I thank everybody for coming up. We are gonna come up, Natanya. Okay, yeah, we are. Everybody is. You're allowed to come up on this show. You're allowed to come up on Tech Stocks and Jobs. I just feel like most people don't want to come up on Tech Stocks and Jobs. I think people are a little bit more friendly. Feel a little more relaxed on this show because
Or
it's
they're a little more up. They've had breakfast.
yeah, and I think that particular show is like, ooh, I don't want to say nothing about investing. I ain't gonna do it.
And then it's a more informational show, to be
Yeah,
honest.
yeah,
Is that's where you go to get your tidbits, your nuggets on stock. So I think people more or less there to learn, and then when they contribute, that they'll ask in the chat. But you are
yeah,
welcome to come up
yeah.
on the stage.
Right. So let's get into our introduction. I'm Tam, and yep,
Send
this is
away, and I'm D.
this is D.
Women in Linux.
Women in Linux, and to we this is How We Linux. If you want to connect with us, you can hit us up on our webpage. You can hit about if you want to know more about us. You can also more and learn about us if you hit connect, join our Slack group. We drop. I mean, I don't know who don't like our Slack. Drop in the comments if you don't like our Slack, so we can improve, right? Uh, I don't know a place where you're gonna go where you're gonna find jobs, apprenticeships, recruiters, other than LinkedIn,
Scholarships,
scholarships, trainings, a channel dedicated to just
automation, game,
automation, Kubernetes.
entrepreneurship, building wealth.
Uh,
Um, I mean, if there's a channel for it, we got to. If there's a topic, basically we got a channel for it.
yeah, and I try to go over everything every week on that. Like I try to drop stuff in there. Yeah. Slack is a learning curve, but the info is there. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I'm
Yeah,
consistently dropping stuff. I was up at 4 o'clock this morning putting information in there. So you can't
yeah.
tell me you don't get the latest and greatest. It's just
And even when it comes, I mean, even the jobs. I mean, I find myself in a black hole with jobs. I wish I had more time to spend in Slack myself because it's so much reading in Slack all the time. It's just always somebody's always dropping something good in there.
yep. And if you want to get some merch, our 5 year anniversary on the 17th next week, right? Or the 16th.
It's the 16th.
The 16th is our happy hour. Bring your own drinks. Um, Family and friends. I'm gonna try to invite some people out, not to do like a lecture, but to join and chop it up with us on whatever topic. You can pick a topic. We don't have to talk about nothing. We can just introduce ourselves, where you're at in your journey, what you like, what you don't like, what would you like to be in your career, or you just want to talk about the fun things that you do or what have you. It's just to give you a chance to relax and chill and whatever. I don't know. Should we do that live or should we do that like
You know what? I was on the fence about it, but I think because it's our last happy hour of the year, we did four this year to celebrate our anniversary, and this one is our last one of the year. So I mean, live is an option. I think if we want to go live, people should drop a three in the chat if you want us to go live for our virtual happy hour. It's still one of those places where it's a community, so our conversation it gets a little dicey. It gets a little dicey at times, but
for the YouTube
I don't know. We got a
algorithm?
couple of days to figure it out, and we can ask the group on Wednesday what they want to do.
All right. And then what you see on the screen is our merchandise where you can check out whatever merchandise we have. For our 50th anniversary, it'll be going away. So get it before the end of the year. And as well, if you would
And
like
we
to
have on our
donate,
merch. Time.
if you like to donate, you can donate with us via several ways. You can donate your time, you can donate with money, you can donate by uh, sending people our way. You can come on stage, you can host, you can even, you know what? Let's open it up. You can even host the show. You can even host the show, right?
Host a show.
You can host the show. Yep. You can even host the show, right?
Yeah, come host a show.
Right. Come host the show, right? Like I say,
I think we're very welcoming to our stage.
right. I'm like, hey, I don't want to be the one to tell you stuff all the time. No, I want you to
I
hear
know.
from everybody else. I want you to want you to hear what everybody else has to say, right? All right. So that's one. All right. So anything else before we get into our stuff? I'm opening up with some stuff I did in the past. Let's see from 2018.
I think you should show everybody our YouTube videos while you have it up. All our YouTubes, all our past and our present stuff. For those who don't know, we are celebrating our 5th year anniversary. And before, we had just used YouTube as a repository for our past meetups. And so we have 5 years worth of meetups in a playlist on
Oop,
YouTube. So this year, just to bring our community together, and to get us more active because we were doing podcasts and we wanted to get back into podcasting and
we're gonna do it in the beginning of the year.
hmm?
We're gonna get back to podcasting in the
Yeah,
beginning
get
of the year.
back to our podcast. We were like, well, what should we do? And Tam had been talking about live streaming for a long time. So this year we have definitely been more active. Thank you all for getting us to our 4,000 watch hours and our minimum number of subscribers. We want to keep growing from here. So now drop us a super chat, that you can donate via super chat as well. But go to our
Oh,
homepage, Tam. Go to our
oh,
homepage
hold
first.
on, but before I go there, I put stuff in the community tab for you all, right? And I'm gonna update it today as well. But I in this community tab, I try to drop stuff like I don't know if everyone saw this. Like I put in here the if you click on this, it'll expand, right? So I'll blow it up. Like, what does the career path look like, right? If you would go just to go down there, right, at a minimum, right? These are just things at a minimum. Like again, RCSA, Ansible, RECE, OpenShift, which is Kubernetes, and then security, right? Like, I want you to have the ability to understand where these things are going and go check all that stuff out, right? I put a lot of stuff in, like if you want to know, get to know us, like this came from 5 years ago, right? We did a stream 5 years ago with a guy here, he's out of Orlando. Here, get professionals, like understanding this is is something you're gonna need to know in interviews. um Robocalls, this right here, talk actually talks around about the security and things that happen to you with robocalls, like how people get your information, what can you do to protect yourselves, what are people doing with your information. So that's why I posted that, check it out.
The Social Security Administration been calling me all week.
And then beyond firefighting versus safety, so this right here, as you can see, beyond firefighter versus safety matches, growing the DevSecOps pipeline. So a good example of this week that happened was the whole Facebook outage. Somebody did a network configuration change and pushed it to pushed it to the repository, and then boom, done, right? So now you have to ask yourself, well, what testing did they have in place? Because it knocked out Facebook, it knocked out Instagram, and what else?
Everything they own and knocked out.
WhatsApp, I'm assuming, and
Yep,
then what
yep,
else?
it's having a problem.
Yeah. on Instagram, WhatsApp, and then something else. But again, I just want you to understand why I keep, going over these things over and over again. Like, okay, how what testing was done for that, right? What testing did they have in place for that particular commit, all right? Um, and then last but not least, I'm gonna leave up this. I check this periodically just to see where we're at, like how many people, are overseas, because this is how we're tailoring. I'm trying to tailor stuff to people who are in the southeast, southwest, and then the Northeast, and then the Midwest, right? And then Pac Northwest, right? So I'm trying to tailor it towards where I see the audience is. So you know what jobs are happening in your area. You know what jobs, what job where companies are coming to the area. What is your area doing? We haven't even, I have probably like, I get these every week. I have them sent to me because sometimes I forget to read it. I had a Tampa Bay Business Journal, and I get the business journal for every city in the US. And I read them. So I know what's going on in your cities. I know what money is being dropped, what companies are being dropped. Like in the Tampa Bay Business Journal, just in the business journal alone, like if I go in here and look at the last couple of pages, it tells me like who has filed for a business license. It tells me the leads in terms of what companies have been are filing for bankruptcies, what properties are available, and what's going on around the city. And I had that for every city. So I know what's going on in your city. So that's why I was saying we'll probably end up spending time on on creating another show to tell you what's going on in your other city. Okay, back to the homepage. So keep out on the community tab, right? Because I got a lot of things to share, and once we get our news, because we're gonna do a news, we got 3 shows that I have in mind. Like with the news, just around technology, cities, and Linux. Uh, our me and D show, well, we just talking trash. Really,
We're
probably
not talking trash.
that's gonna be a fun show. That's gonna get us hated. We gonna get targeted after that show.
I'm a nice
Um,
lady. I don't want those problems in my simple yet fulfilling life.
and then the other show that I want to do, I want to go back to doing like live sessions of training, right? But I don't want to do it to the point where I'm on here 5 hours doing a live session. I can do it, but I don't want to do that, right?
But I think that's what I mean. That's yeah, okay. So the game show format to keep that one fun.
Okay,
So the game show format to keep that fun because it now is going to force people to get on the command line. Can't
right,
get on if you're not on the command line.
right. All
I
right.
know your little nerves get sore.
Man, well, the game show, like just a peek preview of people that we got coming on to either this show or another show. Investors will be on the show. I have some car enthusiasts that want to come on the show. I have some quantum computing folks that want to come on the show. I was in it, and this happens often. This is no lie, and D has heard this. I'll be in an interview with someone, and they'll be like, "Yo, are you women in Linux?" And I'm like, "Yeah." And they're like, "Whatever happened to your podcast?" We just and like we never thought nobody listened to our podcast like that, but we broadcast it out across all platforms, but it just, we just stopped, got busy, we started traveling,
We
started
wanted to
doing
figure out a way
international
to
traveling.
streamline that as well, though.
Yep. So it was just, when you're doing the podcast, at the time we were doing the podcast, we were doing the meetups on Wednesday, Thursday, and Saturday mornings, traveling to France, Amsterdam. I might be in Boston, I might be in Miami, I may be in Atlanta, I may be in San Francisco, I may be in LA, I may be in Seattle, I may be in Austin, I may be uh, wherever the case. So I'm, to stop to do a
Full time
podcast with somebody
jobs,
during the day, and full
full
time
time jobs,
jobs, and working out, and um
living like trying to have some type of social life. But I
and
think people
social life.
forget that we are
They
women in Linux. So,
uh,
you know,
it was a lot.
it is team sleep because you got to get some sleep in there in order to do it. So I'm never going to say that it's team no sleep.
All right,
Now it might be team nap, but
I'm gonna let you
it's
do this
team sleep.
homepage. What you want to talk about on this homepage?
I just want people to just get a look for this, look and feel for this page. And so our shows are always going to be at the top. Our meetups, you can catch all the recorded meetups. All the past meetups are here. They're up to date. I think I have one I need to put up there from our Thursday. We do have a Red Hat study group, but in order to be a part of that playlist, you definitely need to be in our Slack channel and involved in our class for that. If you scroll down, hopefully we can get another AMA soon up there because it was a great session. It was a great Ask Me Anything. Then if you missed our earlier show, Tech Stocks and Jobs, that it's there as well. Howie Linux is what we're doing now. We see Vladimir there in the chat. If you haven't seen 10 minutes ago, which is a little longer than
Uh,
10
and
minutes,
and
but
and,
it's worth it. It is
and
definitely worth
And
it.
hold on, before you go, I went on the Vladimir's. He did a live yesterday. I went over there and shouted out. I tried to shout it out. I don't know why he didn't put in the channel that he was doing a live yesterday. He had a host or whatnot. Vladimir, I don't know why you didn't do that. But I tried to. Anytime somebody who's come onto the show or whatnot, I try to go support them, even if I'm there for 30 minutes, and I make my presence known, and you should too. And this is something that I do at all conferences. If I know, if it's our people at the conferences that's gonna speak, I go sit in the front on purpose, and I ask the question on purpose. And let me tell you a story about how this happened. One day I was at the puppet conference, and I saw somebody getting up on stage as I was walking down the hallway to my next talk, and I was like, "Is that a black woman getting up on stage, getting ready to talk? I'm going to that one." So she's actually walking up to do her introduction or whatnot, and I'm walking down, and I go sit in the front. Afterwards, we became friends because I talked to her. Her name is Grace. She was at Puppet. I think Grace is over at New Relic now. All right. And she was like, after we got to know each other, she said she was mumbling on her breath. She was like, "Is this woman gonna come down here and sit in the front with me in the front? Like, what is she doing? Like, I'm sitting in the front. I got a question, and let me tell you why you should do that. Because when you are the speaker on stage and no one asks a question, there's a lot of confusion that goes on. You don't know if you delivered the message well. You don't know if people received what you were saying, and then you're looking for audience engagement to make sure that, well, maybe you didn't get give the top, explain what you were trying to get over correctly or whatnot. And then another thing that it does, once you start asking questions and stuff like that, people get up and like, well, you know i i I do have a question.
And
It's
it's
very,
also great to see a
very
familiar
awkward.
face in the
Yeah.
audience when you're like super nervous about delivering a talk, and then you have somebody in the front that is listening intently and just ready. And that means a lot. And so that conference, it was a group of us, and we just went from session to session, and the group got bigger and bigger. And we just went, you go into so and so session, you go into so and so session, and we went to everybody's session, and just was a gang of us, and it was a good time. It was a really good time
Now,
because
now,
then people start expecting us, like, y'all coming out, y'all coming to our session,
yeah,
of course.
and the thing about it is, when we at these conferences, it's not but like 10 of us anyway. so, so it's not like we the lynch mob walking around. Yeah, yeah, it's not that. it's just It is just maybe a handful of us that are getting together and we're going to support each other talk. When's your talk? Okay, I'll make sure I'll be there. I'll be there early because you okay. So if you've never been to a tech conference, let me tell you, some talks are very popular. So and some of the places are huge, and we're so off topic right now, but that's okay. Some of the places are huge, right? Like in San Diego, huge, right? You might be on one side of the map, and it's gonna take you, and they know it's a wide place, eh, and you got to go all the way across the world to get there.
Oh,
And
it's
when I
definitely got to hustle.
yeah, you got to hustle, so it may take you 15 minutes to get to a track, right? And the other part of that is you may see somebody that you hadn't seen, or you really like somebody talk, so you stay afterwards after their talk to ask your question. And this happens to me every time I go give a presentation or a talk. I'll talk, people ask questions, we'll run out of time, and then they were like, you got to move everybody that want to ask you a question out to the hallway. So we go out in the hallway, and I might be there another 30 minutes asking questions to somebody right there. Like it's just like that, right? So you spend a lot of time, you know, answering questions because you don't want to be the presenter that didn't answer somebody's question. You just don't want to be that rude. So you end up missing a talk, or you need a break or whatnot. And it happens all the time. Now the other part is, if you go to a session and it's a popular session, you have to get there early because there's nowhere to sit, right? It may not be nowhere to sit. Like if Facebook was at CubeCon and did a post mortem on this outage, it would be packed because people will have questions like, okay, what took place? What was not in place? What did you learn from this? Um, how are you going to prevent this in the future? Are you going to do? Are you going to practice this outage? How would you practice an outage like this? What would you have in place? What did you have already in place? People be having all those kind of questions. So I can only imagine if they did this talk at like CubeCon, which is con that's coming up. I can only imagine somebody talking about from a perspective of networking, security, failover, disaster recovery, so forth and so on. What that would look like, right? So that talk would be filled out. So a lot of times what people do is when you're at the conference, you get when you scope out. It's a technique. I'm serious. It's a technique. You get the talks in the areas that you want to be in. So if you need to be on this side, on the A side, right? Right. So you're gonna stay on this side because you're gonna see all the talks over here in these couple of rooms, and maybe like 4 or 5 rooms. And then you'll go on another side, you're like, okay, I'm gonna be over here in these rooms, blah 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 blah. Oh, and then it's lunchtime. Oh, okay. So you want to talk about lunch? Okay. Well, lunch could be. I think you usually get about an hour and a half to 2 hours for lunch. So that idea that you're gonna go somewhere real quick, depending on where you at, right? So depending on the conferences, some people give you box lunch, some people go out. They have kind of like anybody that's a sponsor, the big sponsors. That's like here's a tip, and he gonna hate me when I say this. You hang out with Vladimir and you hang at the conference, and you hang out with Brian Lyles at the conference, Steve Buchanan at the conference. Them the people you hang out with at the conference. Why?
Rock
Tamika,
stars. They're rock
Tamika,
stars.
why do you say that? Cause those fellas are well known, and so they get the specialty treatment, right? They don't get the little come in, sit down with a box. They're like, oh no, no, we're not. No, we're getting ready to go over here because Dale is sponsoring a lunch over at this 5-star restaurant. And so we going over there. One of my customers is sponsoring a lunch. I got to go do this lunch, right? Yeah. So these are the just nuances that you learn being on the conference circuit, but you start with a community like this. You start with the five with the lightning talks for 5 minutes. You start with the getting up on stage. That's why I invite you all up on stage, right? I invite you up on stage not because, oh yeah, I just want to be hanging out. I want you to get used to speaking in public, being comfortable, uh, engaging, knowing how to put your questions together, knowing how
Physical
to,
networking, like
yeah,
networking with people the old
yeah,
fashioned way. Because when
yeah,
you see somebody that you've been talking to online for years and you finally get to be face to face, that's what I miss, and share that love. It is special. It is a special, especially because we're all across the world, basically. I mean, people come from Africa, they come from Europe, they come from everywhere just to jail with each other. And, we stay connected via tech, but so it's great to see each other face to face.
yeah. And so that's why we invite you up. But again, these are the like what happens at conferences, who you meet at conferences, just talking to people. Again, like I said, when I was at it used to be called Strata Hadoop. Now I think it's just called Big Data Conference, and it was in San Francisco at the time. And I went to that conference because I got one of the O'Reilly, not O'Reilly, but one of the Linux Foundation scholarships. Went to the conference. I was at the conference. I said, "Let me go and make sure I take a picture of the job board." Right, I want to take a picture of the job because the job board was at least 8 feet tall. Like it was a super huge job board. And I was like, man, I ain't never seen this many jobs at a conference on a job board. And then they had a whole section of nothing but tables and chairs and little cubicles and offices for you to have interviews on the spot. So I went over to the job board and I told you I'm looking around, I'm taking pictures, I'm writing stuff down, I'm posting it in Slack, I'm doing this, I'm doing that. And then I go to, step back and I stepped on somebody's foot and I was like, "Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to step on your foot." And she was like, "No." She's like, "You looking for a job?" I'm a recruiter. And now she's like, "I'm with Pinterest." And then the person next to her was like, "I'm with Indeed." And then the person next to her was like, "Well, I'm with LinkedIn." And then next to that person, so I was surrounded by four people, and they was like, "You want a job? You need a job? Do you need a job?" I was like, "This
They
y'all selling
on the
this
hunt.
like crack."
Yeah, they be on the hunt. They be serious. They got
Yeah.
quotas.
Yeah, I was like, "I act like this crack," like, "No, whoa, wait, like, you want a job? You want a job? You need a job? What are you looking for? How much? You have a resume on you? When you get finished with her, you come to me. I'm over here." And it was
Do
just
you want
like
to
that.
come to our lunch? Do you want to
Yeah,
come to our event we're having later? We're having
yeah.
something later. Come on by our suite. I mean,
I'm not telling you when you go
it's
to the
thick.
conferences, like those like the big data conference, the AI machine learning conferences. Um, and I'm bringing up another conference today that I think we should be looking into. It's on my list, so don't worry about it. Yeah, I'm gonna show it to you. But these are, and the reason why I'm putting it out here like this is because we need to at least have one person in the space, right? We need to have one person in the space, and then holding the door open for the next person, and so forth and so on. That's why I introduced you to this. A lot of people are like, "Oh, you need to stay in your lane and just do this." But I'm doing this from the perspective of, here's this stuff over here. Here's how Linux is related to it. Here's how you can go and get in that field. And when you get there, come back and tell us the information you got, and then we'll go from there, right? So that's why I do that. And oh yeah, we do have a security person coming on as well too, because it's cybersecurity month. We do have a cybersecurity coming on. He runs B sides here in Tampa. I should have sent him the link so he could check out the live today. I still can do that, but I stole your thunder, D. But you had
You didn't
said,
steal my thunder. We were just talking about the YouTube page. We left off where interviews. So if you want to know more about Movement in Linux as an organization, what we do, how we do it, that is that interview playlist there. And then if you've never heard a Women in Linux podcast, you are missing out. And we have our podcast channel. And if you want to go back to the playlist, Tamika, up there at the top, I think we have some other playlists there that you are trying to
Conference
show us.
conference talks, the ones
We have
conference.
her, when Tamika,
Yeah.
when she was on her rock star being the keynote speaker and stuff.
So there's like four other conferences that I've been to and I've keynoted, and they hold their stuff to themselves on their platform. And they're not on YouTube. And the way this links for YouTube is it has to be on YouTube and then you link it back. So I can't link those on here. So, it's a ton of information out there. Like I say, check the stuff out. We've been around for a while. All right. So that Lisa talk that I talked about, right? This is gonna come into make sense to you about um it's gonna make sense to you. I did this in 2018, right? Lisa 18. So this is a talk from 2018 where I talked about the past, the present, and the future of system administration. So we can click skip the social media stuff. But I talked about the past. The past for me in 2018, infrastructure engineer, DevSops engineer was the past to me at that time because I just see the saturation and I predicted it right. Back then, to pull down larger salaries was easy. I see the numbers going down, but they're on the rise back up in the senior part. They're down on the lower ends, but they're on the rise in the senior part. So when I say on the rise in the senior parts, I'm talking two, three, four, in terms of senior positions on the DevSecOps sides. But that DevSecOps uh, side, in terms of what type of skill sets you have to have, is a polyglot, right? A polyglot, right? You got to have a lot, right? All right. So then, what I saw on the rise in 2018, and you can see this now: site reliability engineer, blockchain infrastructure engineer, cloud architect slash engineer. These three positions are hot right now. Like, hot. Like, I don't know nobody that's not looking for a SRE. I don't know nobody that's not looking for a cloud architect. And I don't know too many banks or fintech companies or companies that have some type of banking behind it that isn't looking for some type of blockchain infrastructure engineer, right? Um, I saw the future from my vision of what I'm just researching. Like I say, I do a lot of research. Chaos engineer, and they tried to phase in intuition engineer under that. It was a new term that they tried to phase in chaos and intuition engineer. You see now starting to come about is behavioral testing, right? You see just testing, but behavioral testing you see come about, right? So you see these little nuances that come up, right? Quantum computing, again, I talked about it last week. I talked about it again this week on the other show, and here we are again. And quantum computing, uh, infrastructure wise, we just did that talk. I just did that startup, Rigetti, I think it was.
Mhm.
We talked about that, right? So this was from 3 years ago. I talked about this. So what I'm talking about is when I in here, I'm not talking about nothing that I made up. We see it. If you're in the field, you see this stuff. So I go with common skills. This is a talk I did in 2018. Problem solving, virtualization, cloud, AL, ML, blockchain, big data, communication. You need to know how to communicate. Scripting, programming, GitHub, GitLab, networking, DNS, DHCP, SDN, automation, performance tuning, testing, security. Common skills, right? Common skills, right? And if somebody correct me if I'm wrong, but these are just common skills. You can pick 4 or 5 of these and be good for a very long time, right? very long time. All right. Past skills, I went with these are things when I say in the past, I'm talking about the lab over the years. Perl, Bash, PHP. People still need people for Perl. Thank you, Natanya. We appreciate you. Natanya Moore, I love you more. Um, building building RPMs, right? It's a talk. There's a talk out there for I don't know if y'all been watching these watching this. You know Rail 9 is in beta. There's a talk out there on building RPMs. Why? Because people are looking for people to build RPMs. They're looking for people to build kernels and smaller operating system for IoT devices, right? That's what they're looking for. We file servers, these things are they're still here, but you don't really inside of the cloud, you don't really implement NFS file shares and so forth. You'll use a S3 bucket or something like that, or you just attach a EBS store or something like that, right? And then the other one is iSCSI. No one uses this anymore, but they use Open LDAP. If you're using a Windows box, you're using LDAP. Period. Hands down. That's just what it is. Waterfall methodologies goes out the windows. Web admin. What I have been seeing, and these things that when I say skills of the past, these are skills that you can still obtain right now. Keep them in your toolbox and use them when necessary. Pixie booting the bare metal machine. Everybody's like we're in the cloud, but not everybody is in the cloud. So if you don't know what a Pixie boot is or a TFTP server is, or how this DHCP work, and you understand that DHCP does a broadcast across the network, so it floods. So you need to isolate that via a VLAN, so you don't get all that flooding across, your entire switch, or have a management network. These are just some of the things. So somebody says when you use acronyms, some I know, some I know, some I don't know. So
Oh, it's
perhaps you could
acronym
use.
soup. It's
Oh yeah,
acronym soup.
yeah, yeah,
So
yeah,
you're
yeah,
gonna have
yeah.
to get your Google fingers ready as
But
well.
but
But we
but this
try.
is but this is online. So you can go to Usenix and see Lee, D, you don't have this link. I'll give it to you. And you can go download this if you want to. It's no big deal for me, for you all to
This is
have this.
this is part of your notepad moment.
Hold on, let me show you. Let me show you how to fish. So I go to Usenix, Lisa 18, and you can just hit that. When you hit there, you go here, and then you hit program. Once you hit program, the talks are a keynote address, right? You hit keynote address, right? And what this is why I was one of the things I was talking about. A lot of people take their stuff off of YouTube and they leave it on their site. If you jump down here, you'll see Tamika Reed, founder of Women in Linux, the beginning, the present, and the future of sysadmins. But on top of that, if you were interested, you can see other people talks, serverless data processing and machine learning, and you can watch their talks too. Modern infrastructure and provisioning, and CI/CD, Terraform, and Terra Test. We talked about Terraform and
And it's
Terra
usually with
Test.
all big conferences. If you missed it and you like I had to be there and you just couldn't make it, once that conference is over, within a week or two, they're gonna have all of the conference information online and
Right.
available to the public.
Right. Designing how to manage thousands of hosts through automation. Um, and so what I do when I know I can't catch these talks, because I'm doing a talk or I'm at somebody else talk, I look for where the talks are gonna be posted, and I go back and I go through these talks. I literally go back through a talk that might have happened in 2018 or 2016 to get that, just to go through it. Containerize your app using Docker, right? Pass the torch without dropping the ball. Lessons in a community manager. Just these are just things that you can go back and look at. SRE and DevOps at a startup. What does that look like? Things that you should expect. But this is 2018, but that's okay because you could take this knowledge and say, okay, and this is how I do it. I look at who did that talk, and then I go follow that person on Twitter if I like to talk, and then I go look on YouTube, and then I go look on LinkedIn, and I look to see what they went through in terms of jobs, and I study the person for a week, and then I reach out to them, and ask them, hey, when do you still the same way about this talk? And if you don't, would you be willing to talk about it, right? Just to see what their thoughts are like. And most people are engaging that way because they just want to. You spend you sp- When you do a talk, you spend a lot of time on a talk, especially if you're a keynote where you're up there for 45 minutes. Nobody's asking you a question. You're up there for 45 minutes. So if you're doing a workshop that's 4 hours, people are going to be engaging in asking you questions. But not only are they going to be engaging in asking you questions, you still got to come up with enough material to cover for 4 hours that's engaging, that someone is paying you to do. So when you're putting these things together, you're putting a lot of time into this because you want to deliver quality, and you want to deliver something someone can pick up today and walk out the door with and implement it that same night, right? That's that's the goal. All right, so go check it out. So now you know how to get to it. You see this talk, this they stopped this conference. This year was the last year of Lisa. Is now combined with SRE, Con. I was on the board for that one, for SRE Con 2018 or 2019. I'm on the board for the Linux Foundation for Open Source Summit.
And this was a
Um,
great conference.
yeah,
I'm sorry that they combined it, but this was a great conference. The first one we went to was in San Francisco, and it was nice. It was a nice conference. The second one we went to was in Memphis. Was it in Memphis or
I
was it in
can't
Memphis?
remember.
I think it was in Memphis.
Might have
And
been.
night and people have been going to this conference since its inception, and so it's they and it's not a huge conference, but it had a solid following.
Right. And
And
so
can you tell them what Lisa stands for, Tam?
largest
Installation.
installation system administration.
Yes,
Let's go back.
perfect.
Yep. And it's an old conference. It's an old conference. Let me see. Somebody had asked about SRE, so let's go through this. All right. Um,
This is for the acronyms.
all
And
right.
so we're about to chat about the acronyms real
Let's start
quickly.
here first. So I helped come up with this statement for Usenet statement on diversity, inclusion, and inclusion. Um, there was me and a couple of professors. That's why I asked who's all looking for to get their PhDs, for people who are looking to get their to do research and so forth and so on. There's money out there for you. I was at the open source conference in LA, and I went to lunch with this guy who was want to talk about, hey, I need more black people signing up to get PhDs. We have money. I'll help you write and get the money for the research for your PhDs. Can you help me? And I put that out to people and nobody responded, right? So the money is there. And this was probably 4 years ago, right? That part was four. I think that was 2017 in LA, if I remember correctly. All right. So again, here, if you have a problem at the conferences and stuff like that, um, they have security on site. They are aware of people like to harass. I'm not going to lie to you. They know that. And it's not about a color thing. It's just some people are just weird. Some people are just weird. Right?
And it's governance for that. This is that
Some people are
governance.
weird. All right. So again, came up with that. You also have grants, right? There's a diversity grant program, grants for Black students, student grant program, upcoming grant opportunities. So you can go through all that. I don't want to spend all the time on that. What I want to spend time on is upcoming conferences. So SRECon is the 12th. Um, through the 14th. It is a virtual event. I implore you to attend. The Enigma conference is a security conference. Um, for that. The Usenet conference on file storage and technologies. Why do you care about this? Why should you care about this? Anybody that's dealing with big data, cloud ops, fintech, data storage in cars. I mean, just think about it this way: we're talking over, on this channel, and we got sound, we have pictures. You have people with satellites, you got drones. What do you think all this data goes, and how fast do these storage units need to be and then how fast and are we backing this up and deduping this data, and then I mean getting it out to you at your fingertips, man. Think about it. So just something that you should be aware of. Network design and implementation, we already seen how that affects people. Let somebody put in a bad gateway and it's over, right? And so forth. So this soups one, I haven't heard of it. I don't know much about that one. I don't know much about that one, but you can see they go around the world for their conferences, and you can check out some of the older conferences that they have um, on here, like here, Usenet's response, blah blah blah. Learn more. Okay, here you go. Past conferences, right? And so you can go back to some of their past conferences that they had, and so forth. So you know, just this is just conference talk. I just wanted to put this information out there so you can have it. I'm gonna slide through these things really quickly. Forgive me if I go too quickly. I know someone said they was braiding their hair, so these acronyms are all over the place. I get it, but just bear with me. Security, afterthought, backup, spacula, convault, semantic, convault, more of an enterprise. That's not something you would get locally. Bacula, you can do yourself. You seen semantic. System monitoring, Zabbix is still around, Xenos is still around, Nagios is still around. A lot of people still use Nagios. A lot of people still use Zabbix databases. We started out with XML. I don't know if you remember this is down memory lane for a lot of people. MySQL or MariaDB, if you want to go there. Postgres or Postgres SQL. If you're familiar with Linux, you understand these file systems, and this is the evolution from EX2 to EX3 to EX4 to FSX, XFS. But these are skills of the past, not skills of the future. And then all the raids, so forth and so on. Virtualization started out with jails, Hyper-V. I don't have Zen on here, KVM, then VMware, and then forms of communication. So again, when you're putting your skills together, it's sector dependent, right? So here's present skills. We roll in, yay, present skills. All right, present skills. Infrastructure engineer, automation engineer, and I just put subgroups, like you'll look at stuff and it says app development, backend engineer, creating API, service discovery, automated documentation, hybrid cloud, distributed systems, big data, all encompass the infrastructure engineer, and you could then take that and say automation engineer, and you can also take that and say quantum DevOps engineer. Right, you can put whatever fancy title you want that in there. Some other skills you would have is system monitoring with Prometheus and Grafana. You can add Datadog to this. You can add New Relic to this. I try to go with stuff that you can get and download for free and use it right now. That was my goal for this talk. Elasticsearch with machine learning, you'll have to get a license for that, and then security on all levels. Then I went on to talk more about just an overview of what everything this looks like, right? Um, you know, I went over virtualization, system monitoring, but documentation, webhooks, pages of documents. Sometimes there's no documentation. CI/CD, Jenkins, and GitLab. You can add Concourse. You can add Travis CI. You can add GitHub Actions. Security, STIGs, EVSS scans, compliance. Compliance is code. Single point of failure on premise, OpenStack, OpenShift, Kubernetes, virtual cloud, public cloud, AWS, Azure, GCP, right? Yep. System architecture. Okay. To me, the natural evolution for you, for those that are DevOps, even software developers, is understanding system architecture and understanding the big picture. And I haven't gotten into everything that I want to talk about today. This is just the tip of the iceberg. Like I said, I got a lot of stuff that be rattling around in my head that I want to get out. Um, but understanding the big picture, like I always tell you, be the solution, right? Be the solution, right? And drop a one if this all makes sense to you. Like drop a one in here if this is making sense to you. If this is like you don't know what I'm talking about, or like Tamika, this is way over our head. I'm new. I don't know, right? All right. So design and deploy architecture, design backup strategies. Here's where I talk about design backup strategies. Let's look at it from this way. We can look at it from several ways, but let's look at these two, three big events that I know you remember. Katrina, power goes out, city flooded. How did you prepare for that? For as a technology situation, 911, building. How do you prepare for that, right? Where what do you do with that? The tsunami, right? When we talk about events, we're not talking about oh the power went out. We're talking about a on a large scale. How do you prepare a company that sits in a flood zone or is prone to earthquakes or is prone to uh, disasters? How do you how do you prepare a company of 30, because 30 looks different than 200. 200 looks different than 1,000, and 1,000 looks different than a million. What is Amazon's disaster recovery model? What's their plan? What does that look like? Right? What does that look like security wise? What does that look like when they go down and it needs to come back up? How does that work? Right? So these things are just something is just a that that rattle around in my mind, right? Evaluate your public and on-prem cloud. Design a security strategy. Leadership to engineering teams. How do you guide engineering teams? How do you go into a situation where you're an engineering manager, but you're over 20 teams? What does that look like? How do you get those skill sets? Where do you get those skill sets from? How do you how do you plan your future to gain those skill sets, right? Define metrics and KPIs, technical ownerships, TOGAF. You can get TOGAF on Udemy. You can go look up TOGAF if you want to, and I kind of go a little bit more into it in here. Architecture development method and what this is. I think they got TOGAF 1 and TOGAF 2. Check that out. Go look it up. TOGAF, TOGAF. Right. Then I went into finance, app development, backend, creating APIs, service discovery, automated documentation, hybrid clouds, distributed systems, big data, system monitoring, machine learning. And then we get into the private sector where we're talking about gaming, the auto industry, and Bloomberg. Bloomberg is a privately held company. They're not publicly held, and they're worth billions, right? And then the future site reliability engineer. I won't spend a whole bunch of time on this, but you can see it. You see me talk about it as well too. Um, it was a long one. And then chaos engineering, which leads into intuition engineering. There's actual. This is actually a slide, a talk from. That's not Brandon Gregg that did this. This is from. Oh gosh, he created his own company, and all they do is dev ops chaos engineering, but from a different perspective. And I can't think of his name right now, and he's gonna kill me because he asked me to come come work with him. But simulating workloads, right? Testing hardware conditions, identify performance issues, collaboration skill, data analytics, understanding microservice auditing, break the steady state, how applications are built, introduce problems, break fix, basic Linux understanding, performance, how networks work and packets flow, log analysis, management, scripting, programming, Python, Go, so forth and so on. Here's the blockchain engineer. We get into quantum computing, as with the qubits, diversity cores. Who has quantum computing? We can add four more companies onto this from 2018. NASA, Google, IBM, Dwarfs, Rigotti, that we talked about today. They're building a quantum computing cloud. Um, and there's a difference here. Again, you can go get all this stuff. I mean, this was my talk, right? This is my talk. And I usually do talks like this. So that's why it's easy for me to talk. 'Cause my thoughts are like this, right? 34 pages, right? And I chopped it up. It was 54. I chopped out a lot of stuff, right? So somebody was talking about, they never heard of that, right? IBM, quantum computing, IBM quantum dev suckops. And I should put computing. Go back up, right? And I think I brought this up, oops, last week. Let me go here. And let's go. We need to go look at jobs actually. Partners, IBM resources. I guess. If not, I'll pull up the job rec myself. Let's look up quantum. All right. Mm-mm-mm. Let me see if I can find it. That's a cloud DevOps one, but that's not the one I want. So IBM has a quantum computing cloud. Let me go grab it off my laptop. D, is there any questions in the channel? I can't hear you. We can't hear you, D.
No questions in the
Okay.
channel, just more dialogue.
Okay. Hold on. Let me do my research. Uh, and let us know if you want to come up too. I mean, I'm not done, but you're more than welcome to come up. I mean, I'm trying to find it so you can see the job that of what quantum computing DevOps role is. Let me go where I found it at. I actually interviewed for the job, so that's why I know. Let me see. Give me for taking so long. Okay, it's not in that one. Okay, when I find it, I'm gonna bring it up. I might have posted it already too in Slack. I didn't even look in our Slack. I think I might have posted it. Hold on. Yeah, I did. Right here.
We
IBM.
do have a question.
Hold on.
Um,
Yeah, Microsoft did do underwater. They have 'em, Microsoft and Google.
And then we have another one from Trey Clay. Women in Linux was studying chaos engineering, basically future proof one's career.
Oh, um, chaos engineering. Yeah. I mean, is more or less it's an integration. If you want to do that, I would check out two people. Well, first thing first is Gremlin. I should put down Gremlin. That's the website right there. They have like a little free little situation where you can download and play with it. The person, oh god, she's from Australia. They have a Slack group. Um, let's go here. Let me look and see if she's one on the site and then two, um, a blog because she usually does a blog. Tammy Berto, right? This one here, right? Check her out. She's Australian. Last time me and her we spoke, she was out of Digital Ocean, and then she left running Digital Ocean, and she broke out and started doing Gremlin. Gremlin has been around about 4 or 5 years now, about 4 years. Don't quote me, I may be off a year. And then I think she's a lead over there at Gremlin. The other person to check out wrote a lot of books, Jason Yee. If you've ever been on any O'Reilly stuff and looking up Bash or something like that, you can just type in Jason Yee. Um, not that guy.
Jason.
Let's type in Jason Yee right here. Director of Advocacy at Gremlin, right? And so you could check that's Jason, right? So you could look at his background. Um, so yeah, so data dog, community manager at O'Reilly, software engineer at Mongo, open sourcery, went to Purdue, that kind of stuff. Check him out. Check out Tammy Berto as well too. Um, I think I spelled her name right. Eh, Did I?
It might be
Oh,
BDR.
B U
Oh,
T.
beauty.
Okay. There, yeah, yeah, yeah. No, I don't know about that. I don't know if she married or not. Hold on. Let's grab this. Can we tell me Butow? Maybe here. She's in Fort Lauderdale now. Interesting. Yeah, that's her. Um, right. Dropbox. That's what it is. It wasn't Digital Ocean. It was Dropbox. You can check her out. Principal, Dropbox. Yeah, okay. It was Digital Ocean. And then she went to Dropbox. Okay, I wasn't crazy. And Australia. All right. Check them out. Them two people that constantly are putting out stuff on chaos engineering. Another one is Honeycomb, which is a little different. It's with oh god, what is Liz? What is Liz's last name? Liz Fong. I think it's with Liz Fong. Let's see. Honeycomb. Liz would do that. Liz the Gray. Yeah. Honeycomb.io. Um, uh, the person who founded this company, right? Let's go look at the team. Is she up here? Does she have her face up here? I know her face when I see it. See, here's the CEO, Christian Yin, but then this one, Charity Majors. Go check out charity majors. Right. These are heavyweights I'm giving you this that I'm telling you about in terms of when I say heavyweights in terms of you'll see them on the on the speakers circuit and you'll see them writing books. You'll see the reports that come out like the Dora report about high performance teams and so forth. You'll start to see a lot of that from these particular people I'm talking about, like how what does it look like to run a high performance team and whatever. So and Liz left Google, and it's publicly known. This ain't nothing I'm hiding. I mean, like this ain't top secret information here. Liz left Google and came and worked here. We did a talk with
Yeah, we
Jamstack.
did. We have it.
Uh,
It's on YouTube.
it's on our YouTube channel.
She's one of
Uh,
our speakers.
yep, she's now the lead security engineer over there. Didn't know she left and went there.
Her pronoun is them.
Wicked smart. Yeah, I am usually the no, I'm not usually the only African American speaker. It may let me caveat that. I'm usually maybe the only one or three of us that are technical talks. The other ones are community driven talks, and then the black men that I see are usually technical, but it's not a lot of us. It's not a lot of us. Yep. I haven't met Jaleesa before. Miguel Valdez, but you can see it's just not a lot of us in tech. Uh, Tia Lemon, right? So this is what usually most of the tech companies look like, right? They got a lot, right? They got four. I'm only one at my company. But again, check out Honeycomb, check out their product, go on YouTube, check out their
It's
stuff.
just
They
silly.
got
They got
careers.
they have four.
Huh?
They have a lot. They have four.
They got four. That's Liz.
They have a
It
whole
was a big stink about it about what Liz released. She got harassed over at Google. They put out her home address and people were coming to the house, so forth and so on. Just FYI, right? So check it out, right? And then they got their open positions and so forth. And I reached out to Liz. She's always willing to come on and so forth. And whatever. Uh, truth be, that this just me being honest. I wanted to go to SRE Con. I sat on the board, and it was like a last minute thing. I was like, Liz, I just don't have the money to do that and this conference. And she was like, no problem. And she bought my ticket to go to the conference. So right, she bought my flight and my ticket to go to the conference. So I'm telling you, people that I work with that I think are super cool. She didn't have to do that. She could have been like, yep, whatever. All right. So that's the Lisa conference.
And I think that's a whole nother conversation of how to get to a conference because they are that expensive. So now the pandemic, as they say, it's winding down. But if you want to go to an in-person conference and you can't afford it, how to afford that?
I'm reading the comment. I wish I could engage in the comments with y'all. I'm gonna have to go back and look at the stream myself and and check out y'all comments. I appreciate y'all interacting with each other and sharing your stories and your knowledge and so forth and so on. Right. All right.
Latanya is funny, ballers with friends.
D, you got a question?
Who?
You got a question in the comments for you?
Do you have a question?
Yeah. The question states is do you speak at conferences?
Oh, I just saw it. Sometimes I get a delay here in the comment section, so it might come up on the YouTube quicker than it comes up for me for some reason. Um, I've spoke at the Women in Linux Summit conference. I did a lightning talk, and I have hosted a meetup there. So I spoke at our meetup, but I have not officially. Well, I'm not going to say I haven't officially done a conference talk because I spoke for the Women in Linux, but I haven't did one at one of the big conferences. That's one of my goals um, that are coming up for me to go ahead and speak. I don't know what I'm going to speak on, but that's one of my goals.
All right. I talked about this last week. All right. I talked about this last week.
Hey, Natanya, don't worry about where they at. They will send you there. We have been to,
and we've sent people to conferences too,
yeah,
right?
we've been to, I think our last conference before everything shut down, it was in Lyon, France. So
Lyon.
Lyon, we went to Lyon and had a really good time. And we tacked on a couple of extra days and went to Paris for a few days. So you can get there. You got to make sure that you're in the scholarship channel and Slack.
Yeah. Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. The one I'm trying to get to is Japan. I had won I had won the scholarship to go to Japan, and then they canceled it. Mm. I was all excited. It was for the automotive grade Linux conference in Japan. I was looking forward to it because I was gonna go at least 4 days early at the minimum, right? So really, so I can get there just like old girls say on the housewife. I just want to twirl and tootsie roll around the city. Like, let me twirl and tootsie roll around the city. That's all I wanted to do. See what was going on in Japan, right?
Yeah,
So
the Linux Foundation, they'll have travel grants outside of the scholarship grant that you received for the conference itself. Who else does that? O'Reilly before they shut down their conferences, they have a travel grant as well as a separate scholarship for the conference itself. And then also, there's just so many different opportunities to work at the conference and get a ticket, and also look up where your city is at and the local conferences and how you can volunteer at those conferences. So there's a lot of ways to get to these conferences.
yeah, because what O'Reilly used to do, like for Austin, they were like, "Hey, we'll give your community some free tickets if you can get someone to host a room, right?" So like they don't have enough people for a room, and so you may just have to host a room on that Tuesday, but you get to go to the whole conference for free, and you get the lunch included. Well, those conferences may be like, you know, $1,800 to $3,000 a ticket, and you get it for free, right? And then they give you a little travel voucher, which might not be much, like $300, but it's better than not having nothing at all. So now you just got to figure out how long you gonna stay, what you gonna do, and then maneuver around your eating and stuff, right? As far as why they canceled, they canceled the conference. They just can't. They had canceled the conference, so it wasn't my fault. Yeah, they always have discounts, scholarships and stuff. Scholarships. I we post them in our Slack group. If you're part of the Slack group, I post all the scholarships as much as
Yeah.
possible
And I wouldn't
that I
say that
can.
they're hidden because you can go down there. It's just you have to know where to look. And so it gives you an opportunity. Like if you want to go, you'll go and look for that stuff first. If you know how to research. So I've never went to a site where it was hidden where I couldn't find it. But it's usually in that bottom portion, in the footer on a website, and they let you know. And usually you have to they announce those things early, so when they are doing the early birds registration and stuff, that's when they usually release their scholarships. And sometimes they're still getting sponsors to for those scholarship opportunities, so you might not see them at first, because they're still looking for companies to go ahead and sponsor those groups of people to go.
right. And what the other thing too about those conferences that I do want to say is, network, right? Go out there and talk to people. Don't sit on the sideline or whatever, right? You know, and they have networking and social events and stuff like that. So, just with a FYI on that.
Yeah, they usually have we know this is women's in Linux. We're not excluding the guys, but they usually have a exclusive women's lunch that you sign up to, and you try to sign up to these things when you're doing your registration. Go to the women's lunch. They usually have, um,
They use it.
all the happy hours. They usually have a diversity inclusion panel, which is mixed. Um, they usually have vendor hosted uh, events in there, and they'll ask you to sign up for those. And sometimes we don't sign up for those, that check that little box. Can we send you emails and stuff like that? If you don't check that box, you won't get a lot of that stuff. You'll kind of miss out
Yep.
on that as well.
Yep. And then the other thing too is sometimes there are conferences within conferences. So
Hmm.
like Enigma is a conference was within the SRE conference, but it may still be within. So they're like maybe do a 1 day security track or something like that. But again, go check those out, right? I try to post as many conferences as I can as to what's happening locally. Some people do one offs like the all day DevOps, they run it on YouTube, right? It's an international all day DevOps thing where they do just DevOps talks from various countries. They're started like 3 o'clock in the morning and go until like 3 o'clock the next day. Like it's just all day, right? All day DevOps. D, you got another question?
No, it was just a comment
Oh,
to
okay.
about digging for the conference scholarship information. And then some conferences just don't have it. They're just like, if you miss these early bird tickets, then oh
Yep.
well. It just, you have to know which ones do and don't. Again, we usually try to post those in Slack because we get them direct from the conference itself, and they offer it to communities like ours first. And so
Mm,
it's important to go in that Slack channel and respond because, like we said, they'll stop offering it to us if nobody is showing up, or it's an essay. Go ahead and fill out the essay. It's just like, going to an interview. You might get it, you might not, but go
and
and fill it out.
and this just an update, right? But I just got a Slack update. This is why I tell y'all to just come to the Slack because this is just where we're posting stuff at right now. I posted something in Slack 6 months ago, right? On getting your Scrum Master. Somebody just saying, "Hey, Tamika, just following up to share that thanks to following through on the resource you shared back in March, I finally earned my Scrum Master certification. The cost of the exam was covered by the org. Not sure of how things would change, but given I was in the first cohort, but they just got their Scrum Master certification from a free resource that we posted in Slack. And I try to tell y'all, like, hit up Slack, use the resources as much as possible. Like, just get in there and get and gain knowledge, right? I can't do it all. I can't do it all. What's going on, Derek? So Derek is one of the ones that we want, one of the young fellas that we want to get on from B Sides Tampa. He hit me up just then on LinkedIn. I shot him over things so we can see how you flow. But this is our setup, Derek. This is how we roll. This is what we're doing. Of course, most definitely want to invite you on, get you on here so we can talk security. It is cybersecurity month. I know we're supposed to get together on some training. I got so much. We got so much to cover. So much to talk about. It's been a minute. This is our usually our normal time to get together. I guess around we probably used to get together around June or July though. But this is about our normal time to get together and try to do things. I'm doing good. D, how you doing?
Oh, should we drop it, dude? Should we drop the stream link? You don't have to get up if you don't want
Yeah,
to,
you can drop the link.
but I will definitely drop the stream link. You
Yeah,
know,
anybody don't want to come up there, you don't have to come up. It's whatever. We're not pressuring you. Just want you. I just want you to see how it runs. But anybody else, you feel more than welcome to come up, and check us out. See what you got a question on something or what have you. All right. So back to the regular scheduled program. Again, I talked about this last week, going remote from taxes. Here are the three considerations, though, when weighing startups, right? So we know about how the new thing now with companies is to, instead of you getting this equity and these options that last 4 years, they're going to cut it down to 1 year. And they've been experimenting with this and stuff like that. I think Disney is doing 3 years, according to Michael Jenkins, and I think that we have Lyft, Uber, and all of them are going down to 1 year. So how does that affect your money? There's a big rant on this on Twitter. There's a big rant on this on LinkedIn, and so forth and so on. So just to FYI, but now it's saying like, hey, I'm gonna give you my perspective of startups, what things you should look out for, and then I'm gonna read this. Fair? All right. So startups, what I think you should what you should be looking out for. One, clear defined roles. Like, and when let me say this, clear defined roles and who defines them. In other words, when you walk into a situation, you're getting hired to do something, but who's your manager and what is his next level up? So you can replace your manager, you can move into your manager role and he can move up. Are they clear? Is there a clear path to get there? What does the salary and the responsibilities look like? Is there transparency? Right? How long does it take you to get there? Who do you need to network with in order to do that? What do you need to show? What skills do you need to gain? Clear transparency on that, right? Another thing to look at too is the direction of the company. Uh, are they inclusive with? Are you being heard? If you're making a suggestion on, hey, I would love to see the company to do X, Y, and Z, are you being heard? Is there a clear channel for that? Um, or is it? And here's where the cultural things start to come up and come out. Um, Understanding how to deliver your message without it looking like, oh my god, here they go, is the black agenda. It's not stripping out what you want, it's just this is just better overall for everybody. I.e., hey, we're gonna have a lunch and learn today. What do you want to discuss on a lunch and learn? It could be anything, it doesn't have to be technical. Hey, did you learn about, hey, in Central Park, this was a um these were black people that lived there, blah 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 blah, and here's where they are now, and this is what they're doing, right? Little things, little nuances like that. Another one, when we're talking about not just diversity and inclusion, because diversity doesn't have to be about your culture or your race, but diversity can be simple as, how are you getting trained, right? Diversity in your training. Are you allowed to go and work with other teams? What does that look like? Or is that shunned against? Are you able to sit in on their sprints or do this or do that, right? What does that look like? So you want to have that knowledge. You want to be able to do those things as well. And last but not least is, what does it look like for you being in that company within 2 years? Like, are you gaining anything? Or did you, or will you gain anything? What does that company have to offer you? Right? What educational background or skill training or something that you can utilize in that company in order to move forward? What is it, financial training that they're offering? Do they offer any type of uh uh training on, hey, this is what it takes to be a good leader, or those kind of things. You just want to make sure that you getting yeah, a clear remote work policy. Yep. Another one, not even just a work policy, is a just a clear communication policy. Like, hey, do you in Slack, do you put on away? Do you put on in a meeting good times to when to contact you, your scheduling and so forth, right? These are nuances that I just see
Yeah, because I had to,
being
I
there.
had to, I had to learn tone. And becoming from male-dominated workspaces, Slack was at my job at the startup was really hard for me because I would ask the question and it would be just a question, but they got so many meanings from this question, and it's just like if I asked a series of questions, I knew I was going to get a call from my team lead about how I said it, so I could say the exact same thing. And I had to start putting an emoji behind it. And when I tell you emoji saved my life, I was just like, this makes absolutely no sense at all. It's
Yep.
like people just want to fluff. They don't want to be clear about anything. And I'm just like, what is the point? And like Tam always asks, tells me, is there something wrong with asking a question? It should not be. And that should be a red flag when somebody can't give you a clear explanation either. And also, I agree with like your manager. I know I have like right now, I got 5 different people that are supposed to be in my management. I don't know who am I supposed to be talking to at one given time when I need something. So definitely need to know what's the chain of management and who's their manager,
Yep.
or
Uh,
if there's no management structure at all.
yeah, and Natalia asked the question. Don't know if this been asked, but do you recommend remote work for your first breakthrough job in tech, or go into the office to get knowledge? Well, here's the thing. What if you went into the office and ain't nobody there?
Because the knowledge is the knowledge base. It's still somebody
Right.
needs to train you. You don't have to be in the office to get trained. And I did answer it. I said all my jobs are remote.
Right.
Um, it's the same whether you're in. For me, it's the same whether you're in the office or not, because it still needs the same set of requirements. You need somebody to be able to train you. I'm training with a coworker, and we just pick up Skype, and when we want to go through something, we share each other's screens. It actually, for me, remote work seems more personal because you get to know people one on one instead of people wondering why you're not at your desk and what you're doing and where you're going and why were you at lunch so long. Like, this is a mess.
I don't know why your security clearance has you messed up, because I have mine and I work remotely. So,
Let's see. Oh, and we also had Professor Black Ops back behind the stage, and
oh,
he's
come
yet
on up.
until we finish this segment.
No, he come up.
Oh, you can come up, coming to the stage,
Yeah, yeah, he can come
coming
on
to the
up.
stage, coming to
She
the
had me
stage.
in jail. She wasn't treating me nice. I'm telling
Oh,
Tam on you.
you know what?
Gee, I'm telling
You gonna
Tam.
get the click. You're not gonna come
Man,
on this platform telling
they
fairy
ain't
tales
put
and
me in jail.
fallacies
she
about
had
me.
she had you in a she had you in a
Oh, you
stick.
better stop.
Yeah, she
You better
did.
stop. You
Now,
better
I
stop.
understand. That's how I was reading her comment. It had a lot of tone. She said, "Hey, Ops, your ass is in the backstage, and I'll
Oh,
let you up
oh,
next
he
segment,
telling fairy tales and
maybe."
fables.
That's how I read it. I need an emoji on the back of that D. I need a smiley face or something on the back of that.
Oh, oh,
Nah, I'm
if
just
he had
joking.
emojis, I would give you one, but you telling
Nah,
tales right
I'm just
now.
joking.
Don't believe that man.
I just had
I
a real quick question for you. I was talking about it at work.
mhm
DR and Coop in the
mhm
cloud now because you got availability zones.
right.
So the question was, guy said, "Well, do we need a DR if we fell over an availability zone?" In AWS, they're like 50 miles apart or 100 miles apart.
Mhm
So me being a STIG, I was like, "Nah, man. If we have an earthquake, we could lose all 3 availability data centers. I need your ass to go in Cali. I want some data in Cali." So
mhm
what's your thought on availability zones, DR, Coop?
mhm.
Since most of it's up in the cloud now, not on prem. So from a
Yep.
DR perspective.
So I can give you from an old school perspective, not even an old school perspective, but how I know, and they probably don't do this now, but I'll give you an example. Show you your U.S. federal courts, felling over, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
California. fails over on the East Coast. The East Coast fails over probably Midwest. Midwest probably fails over East or West, depending
Facts.
on that, right? And when I'm saying fail over, I'm talking about cutovers. Like, hey, we got a cutover, especially like you got to think about, the a fire or earthquake in California could knock out something, right? Right. And you need to fail over or have a backup somewhere. And so again, we're talking this that's on prem, right? Because
Right.
some of this stuff is not going to the cloud. Now, as far as your cloud technologies and so forth, there's a lot of conversation there. And so
Facts.
when I s-
Facts.
and there's a lot of
That's it.
conversation there. All right, and so the conversation, let's start with right here is, uh, can is your this is I'm probably gonna get bombed for this one. Is everything that you have written up in code? If it's infrastructure as code, right? Do I have this in Terraform? Can I redeploy this? Is my vault secret saved? Are we saved somewhere? Can I? Are we doing any type of rotation? And so this is why for me, and this is a plug for Hashi. I'm gonna plug Hashi for this because now I can now store my state. I can now have my vault secrets, around different availability zones, or I can have it in the east or the west. It depends, right? It depends on your project and what you're doing because you may be serving up data to someone in on the west coast, and you're in US West one or US West two or whatnot, and something goes somewhere else. But I mean, Netflix had these problems. So that's why I say, for me as a study, this is a study for me. Go study what the big ones are doing, like the Netflix. Go study what Google does. Remember, I don't know if anybody remember this, but Google, and I showed this, where Google deleted people emails, and they had to recover people emails all the way back, and they had to go to the tape to
Uh,
restore some people
no,
emails. You remember that?
no, that's the question. That's another question because with databases, they doing. I always hate saying master slave for some reason, master slave. But
Mhm.
one hacker got in there and he dropped their master and the slave in the
Mhm.
financial company to have any data. So I tell people you got to put that on a USB drive. We take it to the bank vault like it's 1980.
You're right.
So
But do
I.
you do you remember the company? It wasn't even a comp. It wasn't even a financial bank. It was a data center. It was a like a data center.
Yeah, I remember
They
that.
they got they got their whole data center
Right.
wiped out. They was like, yeah, we
Yeah.
lost everything. They
That.
got to the back. They got to our backups and
Facts.
deleted our backups, so we can't even restore from backups.
That's what made me come up with that. I read that. I was like, oh no, we going USB old school bank vault. It ain't on nowhere on the network.
But I'm gonna give you this: there are still companies that use tapes, right? And
Yeah.
and those companies that still use tape. Let's be transparent here. Um, you got to think about the Library of Congress. You got to think about and this is an actual talk. It was at Lisa, one of the talks. That's why I'm thinking about it. Um, where do all these satellite images that we had before get stored, or was being stored before, or we can't make it to the cloud, right? We lost power, we lost our connection or our direct connect or our internet, or we don't have a failover, we don't have some type of trunk or something. So yeah, so it's company dependent, it's data dependent
Oh,
too,
facts,
because it
facts.
may it may be some data you don't care to access, but once every 6 months or once every year, so you may archive that data or do something else with it, right?
The problem is you work with those people. You tell the young kids that thing's like, oh, that's old technology. That'll never happen. Power never goes out. We got three availability zones.
until they don't have
We
Instagram.
yeah, facts. We got generators. So I bring that out. All the kids be looking at me like I'm a tape. They're like, oh, who why you want to put it on time and take that's so old? I'm like, so when our shit get cut off, we can get it back, man.
Right.
That's like
It's
playing
your
zoo.
job. It's your job to
Well,
make sure
l-
that it can be you
w-
can have it back.
let's ask this. So let's ask this. And I don't know the answer to this. I think I know the answer, but I'm not going to claim that I know the answer. Suppose you do back up your data into AWS, right?
Hmm.
And suppose AWS gets hacked in that particular region.
Facts, 100%. I'm with you. You talk to the
I
choir.
mean,
Yeah,
what happens? What
we
happens
gonna
then, right?
we gonna
There's
yeah,
again the shared responsibility model. That's what we're
hundred
getting
percent.
into, right? That
Right,
shared responsibility model where we start talking about like who owns what, who's responsible for what. But at the end of the day, when they looking at you, they don't care
right.
nothing about what AWS is talking about.
Capital,
When
where
it
you
goes
live
back
at?
to basics, you need to have your data backed up in three places. It's just back to basics.
No, I
Right.
It
agree
may
with
not.
that. I agree. Like I said, it's just so it sounds so old technology when you talking about the up to date architecture, especially all the stuff you just went through. I ain't see tape on none of those slides. I'm just throwing that out. Wasn't no tape
I
on none
did,
of
I
those slides.
did, I did. It's tape on there.
I ain't see tape on there. I'm
It
old though. You
is.
was going quiet. I need glasses anyway. So no,
It's
I'm
You
tape
sorry.
on
just
there.
run this back.
Run this back. See,
Yeah,
Didi,
when we
that's why you
finish.
be struggling at work, D. That tone right there. I'm just
Run.
throwing that out. I'm
I
just
don't
throwing
talk. I don't talk at work. I just type.
facts. You
I
see how
just
she did
type.
that? I
I
just
just
heard
type.
Black Ops, run that shit back. You ain't paying attention, man.
Run
Run
it
that
back.
back.
Run it back.
Now,
We need
once again,
hours. We need the views. We need the views. It's all strategic. We need the views.
facts. Hey, y'all ain't the only one. I'm still trying to get my 4,000 hours. I got a long way to go.
Oh,
So
we can show
facts on
you
the
how to
run
do
back.
that.
Yeah,
You can do that. We could get you there.
I'm close. I'm close. I'm getting about 500 a month. So
Let me
I'm
Okay.
tell you that is that the last like thousand, and then as it counts down, I mean, it was just like watching paint dry.
Oh, I
Like,
know. I ain't even
good
there yet. I can
lord.
see it coming though. My little, like you say, every day I wake up, it be like another 10, 20. Every now when it gets 50, I just black out. I'll be so excited. Like, oh, I got 50 yesterday. So nah, I'm with
And let me address this real quick. Tashika, as far as your clearance, I don't know about that, about remote positions, because a lot of these clearances right now, as far as remote work, they're like, we need people, right?
you.
And
Facts.
I put it out there that they're again, we just talked about this on the other show where I said Google is looking to hire 40 million people.
Yeah. The
40 million.
I used to work at DOD. The only thing that's gonna be hard about your clearance and remote positions is the first 6 months they want to try you out, so they probably want to be on a site. But after that, once people get comfortable with you and you know where everything's at, and but like she said, hell, I don't know if they're gonna be in the office to train you, but
No,
once people get comfortable with you working remote, I worked at DO for 11, 12 years. They didn't care if you worked out. Like she said, they just want to know your ass is working because they got stuff for you to do. They don't care where you working or how you working.
yeah, Coda Evelyn is hire and train. I talked about it on the show. It, I mean, they're gonna have to. They're gonna have to train. They got. They're just behind. If Google is training you on GCP, which is
Mm-hmm.
one of the ones that's hot right now, again, you're gonna. You know, what I'm saying the nuances for jobs is still there, right? You still gonna get a job, right? So whether you get a job at Google, whether you get a job somewhere else, that 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 particular experience is going to propel you to do and go where you want to go, right?
Facts.
And I'm gonna add, I'm gonna always add, make sure you know some Linux. I'm just gonna make
Facts.
sure you know
I
that. That's
yeah.
uh I don't know how you get around that. It's
No.
is yeah, you just can't.
Yeah.
And but I want to make sure I answered your question, um, Professor Ops, Professor
No.
Black Ops, not
Yeah, you
Professor
got it. You
Ops.
got it. It was more philosophical. I was just getting your view. Yeah, you hit it.
All
Like
right,
you said, you like me, you need to get some stuff on tape up. You need to check your
but it
availability.
depends, right?
Right. But the
I
thing
mean,
you brought up though is the only issue I had, which wasn't a big issue, is when you talk about infrastructure as code,
mhm.
most companies aren't mature enough to do that. That I work with, I still work with old companies, so they're not mature enough to have
They're
infrastructure code. That's the last step they're trying to get to.
but it's not the fact that they're not mature enough to do it. They just haven't done it.
I'll add it to maturity. But I hear what you're saying. My thing is, if you was mature enough, you would have done it. But now I understand
But
what you're
maybe
saying.
you don't know, right? Maybe
Now
you
they
don't.
scared because they don't have the people and they never done it. So to
But
me, you're not
but
they're
that's
not
what I mean.
mature. Yeah,
They
we
they
say the same thing. I think we just
they mature. They just don't want to spend the money. Say that.
No, they got the money. They just scared.
Okay.
They got the
Uh,
money. It's just a big leap for them because you know how it is. You got your old admins. These people been here for 10 years. You get a couple new guys. They talk about infrastructure code. The old guys are like, we ain't never done that. We've been doing
So
this for 20
so
years.
this is a good case for chaos engineering. A excellent case for chaos engineering. Why? Because if I throw and basically it started out as God, monkey something, monkey chaos or something like that. Then it
Yeah, I
turned into
remember that.
chaos.
Yeah. Hmm.
Yeah. So basically throw a monkey wrench in the plan. Throw a monkey wrench in the plan.
The problem is they got all these old ass scripts they've been working on for 20 years. Everybody understands them. Everybody's comfortable with them. You know, you've been there before. It's like, hey
Yeah.
man, we need to take this leap. I just think we
Yeah.
need a new CTO. Really, we need a new CTO and a little new management because the old guys be scaring the management. Like this working. That new stuff we don't know yet. I'm like, it ain't new. People do the infrastructure that's come for almost 10 years now.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
But that
And
but that says a lot about their lack of skilling up. They're not
no
reading
facts.
anymore. They're
No.
not reading anymore, which pigeonholes him, and then they're at those jobs forever, and so it's always going to be a problem with the DoD. What's his name? It escapes me. I want to say it really French.
Shalon.
Shalom, yeah, Nick Shalom. He quit. He was
No
like,
fact.
bye, DoD.
No, you know why he quit though, right? You know what he said that they was like, get out.
What he
He
said.
said he said stop hiring people from the military that have no idea what these skills are,
Oh
what
no, he
these
messed
tech
up.
what these
Yeah.
technologies are. Stop putting four-star generals that ain't never
Um,
backed up to a tape. We they they
oh
they
no.
don't know the stuff. They
I
don't
be
know the stuff.
I
But
this
he right though.
He
nah,
right.
Man,
but
he
He
no,
right.
I get
the
what you saying.
you
I
know,
know
but
where you're going.
oh, no,
But
he
look,
right.
man,
He right now. I'm gonna throw this out there. He right, but the problem is that system is ancient. So you always gonna have a
that's why
4-star
they
general.
ancient. That's why
Oh,
they ancient
but the
now.
thing he should do is let's be real. The 4-star general ain't doing shit. He delegating that. He delegating that. And
But
I
when
worked
it
at
comes to delegation, he's going to be the decision maker in the room. The person that's
facts,
doing the actual work is like way on the other side of the end of the
facts,
chain.
facts,
So when it
facts.
comes to those big rooms and then making decisions, it's this 4-star general that they've assigned
Mm-hmm,
this particular tech
mm-hmm,
sector that's
mm-hmm.
making these decisions. And because he doesn't understand it, he's going to be like, no, or it's going to be that pushback. That's why they brought in Nick Shalane so that it could be
It
they
was a
could have
shake
that
up.
happy medium.
He shook it
No,
up. He shook
Nick,
it
He
up.
should
no what?
he went in there and he shook it up,
No,
and
what he?
they got some things done, but it's
But
still like you brought him here because you wanted to compete with the commercial sector, but you
yeah,
really don't. You really want more of the same.
what he did wrong though. Not girl, he did what he's supposed to do. But like we talked about is there's games and levels to this
Yeah.
stuff,
Oh yeah.
right? So you got to sell the. You just got to convince the general. Once you convince him and you his guy, he gonna do what you said. What happened was like he did. He came in, he started shaking stuff up, and the general was like, "You not including me? I don't understand." So they were like, "You got to go." So some of that is you got to communicate up the chain, especially in the military. Now,
I
don't get me
get it.
wrong. I think everything he did was right. I was at DOD. I've been in those rooms. I was like, yeah, this dude had no idea what we about to do. But somebody convinced him. The 15 said, talk to him. They went golfing. Like y'all said, they went to the special lunch. Couldn't nobody go through for it. So he trusted the guy. Then we could get what we wanted to do because he trusted that guy. And he came in and was like, I'm bad. Y'all got to follow me. And of course, the general was like, nope, you got to go.
I
Look at
get
D.
it.
Look at D's face. Now see, look at that face I'm getting. I'm getting no love. I'm getting a
You kind
chagrin.
of. I'm replaying. I'm sorry for the expression, but it's just the situation because it's frustrating. It goes
Facts.
down the chain. Even when
Facts.
they're looking for people, and the same
Facts.
people with clearances get jobs because
Oh yeah.
they're
Oh, you
going
gonna
to the
make now
same
you gonna make
pool.
me
Like
bring
there's
up the
so many
article.
old
Look,
antiquated
I'm
systems on how they do
facts.
stuff. It's just like people are missing out. They're missing out on great talent that can be doing
Oh
stuff. And
facts.
then,
Facts. Facts.
but that's the importance of being a contractor and going out of these contractors because they'll hire a company to come in and shake it up in the
Yeah.
way they want it. So you have to go and answer these RFPs. And and it's coloring between the lines, basically.
Those
They'll let
RPs,
you color between the lines, and you
yeah,
can go out a little bit, but
facts.
at the end of the day, this is the importance of that,
Right,
Right.
those
because
are.
there
Yeah.
are those people that are making the decisions on the low end that says, you know what, here's this checklist, get this checklist done, and
Mm-hmm.
come. We have the money. We're going to nurture you, and you're going
Mm-hmm.
to have to hold our hand, but we can get it done together.
Facts, 100%.
Now, a lot of people that are in tech, they like that's slow money, because the way tech moves in the commercial sector is a little bit faster. So when you're in the government space, you're gonna have to turn it down a notch.
Oh, facts. The cool thing though is, everything you said is 100%. The cool thing, like you said, when you come in company, is the only thing you missed was Booz Allen, Accentures, and all those guys. Uh, I worked with a guy who was a 14 from DOD. They paid him $300,000 at Booz because why? He can walk into those 4-star general offices because they know him, right? So
Hmm.
they go on the same month, so
Personal
they gonna do the
Oh yeah,
same
that's
thing.
relationships. That's relationships.
Facts.
hmm
And I asked him, I was like, because we cool. Older guy, I go, why they paying you? To be honest, sir, you don't know what you do. He goes, but I can walk in people's office, and
Yeah,
I
because
I was actually working for,
relationships.
yeah, I was working for Lockheed Martin, and I was a sub. He told me to my face, he goes, we don't have any programmers at Lockheed Martin. I go, why not? He goes, we win $100 million contracts. We sub that out to the little guys. That's not important. What's important is winning the contract for 100 million.
Right.
I I just saluted him and walked out the room. I was like, I learned something today. So
You gonna learn today.
You're
I've
gonna
learned
learn
today.
today. You're
You
gonna
gonna
learn.
learn today.
Bring up, Tamika, or you
No,
good?
no, keep going. What I
Okay.
wanted to
Okay,
show
you want me to
was
keep going? You was listening.
no, no, y'all good. I'm just
Yeah.
pulling up stuff that along the lines of what we was talking about. One of the big things was that the DoD was complaining about we are moving too slow.
Oh, facts.
We need to get over ourselves, and we need to start hiring people. And that was one of the big things that
Yeah.
came out. So these when you see announcements from Google talking about 40 million people need to be trained and hired, you need to understand one, how money flows, and you need to
Mm-hmm.
understand where that money is coming from, and you need to know who gonna hire them. And then
Mm-hmm.
you need to understand that means there's probably a contract that's coming out for
Facts.
Google
Facts.
to implement their cloud, and so they need to have people ready in order to do this
Facts.
partnership with whatever that may be, whether it's AI or whatnot. And then when I talk about stuff being on prem, I'm literally talking about OpenStack and OpenShift and Anthos. And somebody mentioned Snowmobile for a backup, but it's AWS Outpost and then Azure
Facts.
Stack. What does that look like to be on prem? Because I'm not going to send everything to the cloud. If
Oh,
I'm
facts.
any of these agencies, I'm not sending everything to the cloud.
No,
I can't
facts.
send everything to the cloud.
Right.
Number one, you need to have the classification level. That's
Facts.
first. So I'm keeping that on prem.
Mm-hmm.
But being that it's on prem and it's isolated, I still want to operate like I am in the cloud. So what does
Mm-hmm.
that look like? That's your Anthos,
Facts.
that's your OpenShift, that's your OpenStack, that's your Kubernetes, vanilla Kubernetes at that, not even Kubernetes or I mean GKE or AKS or anything of that nature, right? So then you have to start churning and thinking about, okay, well, what does that play look like? How does this hybrid situation work? What if I'm Azure Stack on prem and I am AWS in the cloud, and I may be running something over on GovCloud or somewhere else, right? So you
So.
when you are that person, what I'm saying to you as a learner is
Mm-hmm.
understand big picture,
Mm-hmm.
get
Mm-hmm.
your skills to the point where you don't if you don't if you want to, let me say it that way, if you want to, where you're just a journalist where you can go dip your toe in there, read it, learn it, get the job done, or you can specialize where you only do blockchain, where you only do AI, where you only do quantum, where you only do machine learning. Nothing wrong with that. What I'm simply saying is, from a perspective of most of these companies like the DoD or larger companies that spawn off and are in the cloud, and then they realize they paid too much to be
Facts.
in AWS, they come back out.
Don't hate on
They dip
AWS,
they
but keep going.
they dipped their toe in the pond and it was expensive.
Yeah, and then they
Facts.
come back out. So I'm just giving you what it looks like, and
Mhm.
also what your skill sets could look like, right?
When you say gov cloud, are you talking about the government cloud in Azure and the government cloud in AWS for those
Yeah.
government compliance things?
Yep.
Yeah, I specialize in that. I had a review one last week for AWS, and it was super expensive. So, a long story short, AWS has a cloud. It just came out. I want to say 3 or 4. It's called FedRent
Yep.
Commercial Cloud. So
Mhm.
that's kind of So we some of our vendors qualify for government work. They can be in the FedRent Commercial Cloud.
Right.
The only issues with that is, and I'm kind of fighting with my bosses, since it's not a gov cloud, you have to manage your keys in a KMS inside Amazon. So
Mhm.
the offshore workers can't see your data. So, but
Right.
I always say, what Tamika, if one of those little subs lose those keys, we're gonna be ass out. And some of those people aren't mature. That's my favorite word.
Right.
So I
M-
still want Amazon to manage
mature.
those keys. So we still debating that. I'm like, I'm cool with that. I'm like, the odds of something happening with Amazon workforce, I don't think it's the risk of that for those small
Right.
vendors to managing their keys. So
Right.
um,
And the other part is, and I know we got some questions in the comments. The other part is, what do you do with what do you do with these skills as you acquire them? How do you move? Don't
I'm fine.
don't get yourself pigeonholed into a position if you want to move up.
Facts.
Under people say titles don't matter. There's a caveat to that. Titles matter when you try to go out and look for another job, because the person that's interviewing you now more than likely is from the ages of 22 to 30. And so if they don't see that you have a career of moving up, they're going to put you in the same place. And the reason why I say that is because I had that happen to me just yesterday. Guy called me. He's like, "Oh, yeah, I'm confused." I was like, what?" And he's like, "Yeah, this is for a senior manager position, this, that, and other, and I don't see, that on your resume." I was like, "So you don't see the other three leadership positions that I had, this, that, and other?" He was like, "Oh yeah, but that's not what you're doing right now." I was like, "Hmm." I was like, "So did you want to know about those, or you don't want to know about those?"
Yeah, you got to coach the kiddies up a little bit. You got to coach the
Yeah.
kiddies
So
up a
it's
little
those
bit.
kind of conversations that you have to have, and you also have to retell your resume, just for those positions. But it's kind of hard now because
When they're
you,
calling you and you didn't call them.
yeah. So like
Facts.
I can walk into positions and be a manager or senior or what have you, whatever that play may be, right? So it's whatever it is, it's whatever it is, right? So
But then
just little
also,
things like that.
as somebody that is doing the hiring, you should know about these different types of hierarchy in tech,
Mhm.
But
so
now if
that you
you
be able.
not if you're
Mhm.
22.
Those are
And,
just
and
recruiting companies and HR. They don't even know tech. They don't even know what they looking at. Most
And
of those
it
people in HR.
it depends, but again, for me, that's just one of those things. Like you should go and do that. You need to go learn that when you're calling people, because now there are these hierarchies out there, and the 22-year-olds and 30-year-olds, that group, they are creating these type of structures
Mm,
for the company.
yep.
And so, because the old heads at the companies like, oh, this is new and this is hip, we're going to move to this structure. So they all have titles, but the people underneath them don't have titles, and it's cool for them because they have titles. But again, once you go to move now, because people are taking things literally, that title literally, it's like, did you even read the job description? And 9 times out of 10, it's a no. And we've
I,
heard this directly from
yeah,
recruiters' mouth. Like, yeah, we just put in a couple of keywords. We didn't read that.
I guess because I'm old and I kind of fluctuate. nobody really gave me a title, so I just be every other 3 months. I just give myself a different title, man. I'm like
Mhm.
security engineer. I'm security DevOps. It's just whatever I want to be this week. I
Mhm.
feel like me and my buddy was joking because the scientist was real big with the kids. So we just called ourselves security scientists. We said we're gonna walk around with white coats on so we can be cooler.
Mhm.
So
Yeah, I agree with that. Like it's the hard it's that role, and we need to do a show on ageism.
oh,
So
I'm gonna do a stream on that. We could do it again.
yeah.
Long story short, my contract is up in June, and I'm 53. So now I'm like, okay, now I feel like the old guy. Am I too old to make too much money? Are my skills really real? Do I think I'm good at what I am? Or do I have to be like D and just start frowning up at people? You know, what's gonna be my next play? I don't know. I don't know. I'm trying to figure. So now I'm like, okay, is that ageism? Or am I gonna
Mhm.
confuse ageism and be like, it's
Sounds like
racism?
imposter syndrome to me.
Oh, I have a lot of things, but imposter syndrome's not one of.
But you
I,
can't keep telling people you old and then don't want to go in there and be the old head. You
I
always
don't know.
gonna have a
I know.
job.
I tell them my own because I'm gonna come in it like I tell my people. I ain't got imposter syndrome, young man. I need you to be great, and I want one of them young guys gonna try to embarrass me. I'm gonna show them how good I am. So I don't
And
have
that's
imposter
it.
syndrome. I
That's
got
it. That's
yeah
it. That's
yeah.
it.
I tell them I love everybody staring at me because I'm gonna show you how smart I am. I'm gonna show you I lab every day. I got a lot of things. I got fat and high blood pressure, but I ain't got imposter syndrome. I got a lot of things, but that ain't one of them.
Hey, you know what? You always gonna keep a job. Don't be telling these people
You
that
be
you
Oh
fine.
gonna
no,
be
but
down and out. You always gonna keep a you
I,
gonna keep a job.
I'm gonna say this one
Eh,
channel, and because I yelled at him today. Black Heights told this young black dude that $100,000 wasn't any money. I said $100,000 is 15% of all men in the United States. So don't let
mhm.
that dude tell you. Now I want you to keep moving forward. I love Tamika. I want to get to the 200,000 so we can get to the credit investor. I'm good with that, but never let that come out your mouth, Black Heights. I'm older than you. That $100,000 ain't no money, player.
But
I think
I
I think we getting a
I
little
I
disrespected.
I say that, but I say it from the perspective of this.
Facts,
I say it from the perspective of, hey, there's too much money to be made out there to have 100,000 be
facts.
where you stop.
100%. Just don't
All
say
right,
it ain't no money. That's all
Get-
I'm saying.
come over here. Let's get
Facts,
this money over here that where people are going
facts.
and
We don't say it's
whatnot.
no money. We're saying that there's more on the
A
table.
hundred percent.
Like
That's what I'm
Yeah,
that is
saying.
a goal, but there's more
Facts.
on the
A hundred
table,
percent.
and
That's
don't
what
let them let you think that there isn't more on the table
100%.
for that and for your skill set. Don't
100%.
settle for that because
yeah.
there's more on
Facts.
the table.
100%. I love that accredited investor
Mhm.
discussion y'all have.
Mhm.
That I really like that. That's got me thinking a little differently in my old age. To be honest, I
Right,
never thought
like
about it.
so, but again, having being an accredited investor, and so this is how I look at it. What do I need to maintain that 200K mark for those number of years, and then on top of that, take my money and invest it into real estate and stocks and
Facts, facts.
whatever else the case may be. Somebody comes along and says, "Hey, Tamika, invest 15,000 over here.
Mm-hmm.
We're gonna give you a return of 20% in a year. Tell me if you like that, what you're thinking, this, that, and other, like that kind of thing." And then
Facts.
turn around and you are creating that passive income. Right,
Mm-hmm.
you still got your 200K. Oh, and guess what? Somebody wants you to come work on this project that's gonna pay you this
Oh,
20K
facts.
every 2 weeks, and you just gonna go over there and work that project. Look, ain't nobody got time for you, TLA, and on here for 5 hours with your stream.
leave, leave my man alone. He do be struggle street. I was on another call. I'm like, dude, I be struggling to get to two. He was on like 7 hours straight. I'm like, ain't you a lawyer, man? Where you lawyer? Shout out to
Where you
TLA.
lawyering at? Where you
Right.
practice your lawyer
But did
words?
you hear him tell his story though?
Uh-uh.
long story short, he said when he first started trying to stream, he wanted to be correct. So he had like this tablet and he was trying to edit it. He know how to use the software. So he said one video took him a week and four people had him watching it. He said he almost quit. Then live stream was just so much easier. So when he does 5, he was thinking about when he used to do 20, trying to edit it. So that's why he
Mm,
goes so long.
mm.
But I'm
Uh,
like, nah, dude, I ain't doing that.
yeah, yeah. Oh, somebody said they hear D fingernails.
That's
That
not
ain't
me. That's
that's not
Black
D.
Ops. He clicking and tapping. That is
He
not
he
me.
Oh,
clicking a
that's me.
pen.
I'm sorry. I'm clicking a pen.
Let
He
me
clicking
tell
a
you,
pen.
D got me nervous. She had me in the back room locked up. I was sorry. I was a
my
little
Tam
antsy.
used to call me keyboard banger all the
Oh
time, but I
God.
have a oh, she used to call me keyboard banger, but I invested in some of these things
Okay, okay.
and they work, so that's not me.
I got to. Well, to Mickey, you still pretty hands on out there in the game, right?
Every
It's
day.
weird. I'm at a certain point now where I just advise people. I think I said that before. They don't even want me touching the computer because when you
I
do
didn't
big
want.
compliance,
I can go that route, but I don't
I
want
don't
to.
want to go that route. I'm going to be an
It's not
architect.
it's not fun for me.
Me
It's not
either.
it's not fun for me to delegate.
Hmm.
I don't mind. Let me say this. I don't mind delegating something that I really don't want to do or something that's really simple, but let
Hmm.
me do the big stuff. Let me
Right.
stumble, let me fall, let me learn,
Hmm.
let me see what everybody else is doing. Like I like to discover
Yeah, I do.
and then go from there. So
Yeah,
yes.
because I developed for 15 years. So now you got me thinking infrastructure as a code is just really a different way of development, just the
Oh
infrastructure.
yeah,
So,
come on over.
so I think that's really what I'm going to get back in there. I'm actually teaching a Java class, so that's forced me to program and do some stuff. Then I'm going to spin up some stuff in AWS and do the availability zones, failovers. Then I'm going to
Mhm.
take that, do the VBC, and I'm going to try to put all that as infrastructure to code so I could tear it down and click a button and see if I can rebuild, the 3 tier VPC peering because I'm gonna have my
Mhm.
management tier in another VPC and just
Mhm.
try to set up an infrastructure as a code. So you talking about, I was like, I got to try to do that.
You do the do so I would my here's longevity. I tell this to everybody, longevity. Go the route of cloud security.
Facts. That's what I'm
Um
studying.
Go the route of cloud security.
Mm-hmm.
Still there's still that baseline of Linux.
Mm-hmm.
You can still learn Chaos Monkey with Gremlin,
Mm-hmm.
with,
Mm-hmm.
still keep you kind of SRE-ish,
Right.
and then also at the same time understanding infrastructure as code, what that looks like, Git
Mm-hmm.
flow, all that.
Mm-hmm.
So that's your longevity.
Facts.
If Google got to hire 40 million
Facts.
and train you, so you already know we got 10 years.
you
It got you 10 years right there.
the
And then on top of that, if you go around, if you want to do this, if you don't want to go that route, go the route of learning those things and then creating curriculum, which you're already doing anyway, and selling that back to the government to train their people on that gov cloud, excuse me, on gov cloud, on C2S, SC2S, all of that.
no.
All right. So now you become the contractor. Now you also become the go-to guy or go-to company to come in, do an assessment, and get people trained up. And what does that look like? Even if you did partner on the back end with a Red Hat or AWS or something like that, you become that go-to person where you can then say, okay, we got these things here, right?
Facts. The only word you left out was we got to try to stick it. Gotta
I
stick.
just lump it under security. I
Facts,
just
facts. Man.
I just
Most
lump it
people, most
under
people don't know what a
security.
stig is though, so that's
No,
why I
they
always
don't.
laugh. So yeah, when you say stig, I was like, oh, I get really excited. That's my thing. I love the stig. I love the stig.
So there's a couple of things. Somebody want the link to
The Slack that's done.
okay, the Slack.
Hmm.
I believe you have a question. Somebody got a question for you, Professor Black Ops. Let me go down here at the bottom and I'll go back up. About your Java course. Do you post a Java course on your channel?
I do not. I have an introduction to cybersecurity that I'm running Sunday at 3 p.m. I'm thinking about. I'm also going to do a forensics class, so I might do a secure coding with Java if somebody's asking for it. I haven't there seem because I know Savage Scientist is doing data structure on his class. He's in there.
Mm-hmm.
Um, if they want one, I'll be entertaining to think about it. I would have to change it because I'm actually teaching that at a local university. I don't want to sue me for copyright, but I,
Mm-hmm.
I could change it enough if somebody wanted it. Because once again, I'm gonna do it Java secure coding, and we're gonna deploy it in AWS so we can get some cloud experience in there. So
Right.
if I would do one,
Right. And then the other one we got here, Kevin said create a diagram. Yep. But here's where I'm at with diagrams right now. Lucid charts, right? Lucid charts lets you connect up to your clouds and it'll create the diagrams for you. Terraform draws out diagrams as well too. So save you some time and some headaches. Somebody asked, how do you get into your class? Hello, H. Morgan, what's going on? And
my
I'm
class
assuming
or
that
your
Java class,
class.
your class. I'm assuming that's the Java class.
Um, I work at a local university. It's kind of not super expensive, but if you want a free one, just put that in the chat, and I'll think about it. Like I said, I'll reach out to Savage Scientist is doing C sharp. That's super close to Java. So if he wanted to do it, I will let him do it. I try not to step on people's toes that are already out there doing good work. So
Right.
so then put in the chat if he wants me to do it free. Then I'll reach out to a couple people. If they won't do it, I'll probably do it.
The next one before we go. Oh yeah, D got the keyboard ASMR.
Shout out to D.
Shout out to D.
Shout out the
That's
Shout out to
keyboard
D.
banger.
Shout out
Shout
to
out the
D.
keyboard banger.
Oh, she used to call me out in meetings too. Like,
Keyboard banger. You supposed to.
Facts. Facts.
okay.
Savage scientist. Do I boot camp? We'll see what boot camp for that skill set. How do I get? How do I get it? And it was that savage scientist. This was for you. I think you answered that. Very hands on. What's up, Kev Tech? What's going on? How you doing?
Shout out to Kev Tech.
Yep. How you doing today?
He's the role model.
Yep. Yeah. I am going to pull out a book here soon. Oh, the question was, what is the best roadmap though to the higher money and longevity? There's so many avenues. Exactly. There's so many avenues. It's
Facts.
not. It's not a. I don't want to say a one trick pony, but it's not just one path, right?
Right. It's a ton
And
of
it
positive.
depends on what interests you. Like you
Facts.
can like what's good for Tamika may not be good for Black Ops. You know, it's totally different on what you decide you want to get into.
I
So
think me and Tamika on page, just me and you, D. We ain't on the same page, D. It's me and you. It's me and you, D. We still working on our communication, but I know we gonna overcome.
that's why you can't invite everybody to your
I
house.
got I got
That's
faith.
why this right here. This
I
I
got
try
faith.
to be a nice lady, hospitable host.
Come, D. I got faith in you. We gonna do it.
Q4 says I want to make 650K a year like Tamika. So Q4, we've
Mm.
had this conversation before. You
Yeah.
always putting my business out in
It's
these
out there.
streets.
Tamika gonna get married in a minute. Dude's gonna be dropping to one knee. Kevin Samuelson, we're gonna drop on one knee.
That's what that is. That what they say? Oh, okay.
Yeah. Well, his favorite term was significant carriage too. We don't want to short change your
Well,
ring.
look, let me say this: if you can get on one knee and get back up,
Oh, that ain't me. I'm too old. That's
because
for poor.
some of y'all can get on one knee and be
I'm
down there and be
done.
like, "Well,
I'm
can't
done.
like come down
Oh
here and
no.
talk to me for a little
D
bit."
gonna
No,
kick me though. D gonna push me over. I ain't gonna be able to get. D gonna shove me.
I'm more likely to shove you than D.
Facts. Facts. I don't know.
D
Facts.
D be like, "You okay? You all right? You okay? You
I'll
want
be
me to
like,
just
call
just wait for a
911.
minute?" Yeah,
Nah, call 911 immediately. I got good insurance. Don't wait, D. I got good insurance. ASAP.
Let's see. Trey Clay said in Linux devs through Reddit and elsewhere are seeing that employee tracking management software for remote workers is getting incredibly 1984 in South American companies. Do I know about this? No, I don't know about that.
Oh, I do. I work for a large government agency. And it's funny if you look into your services running, they're not very bright. It says Big Brother right in there. So they watching your camera. I just told my
I mean, I
boss
know about they watch you. I know about they watch, but I didn't know. But again, I guess it. Well,
for
we ain't going to talk about that.
yeah, I
I'm
love
be
love to.
quiet.
Yeah, our client services that pick up the phone. They check how many customers in the queue. They checking how many words you typing. They got a matrix. If you ain't typing as many words, getting customers to they're gonna come and see you why you not getting that many through at your home. So there's a big matrix for that when you start working from home.
Right. Let's see. Savage Scientist said I would be doing C++ and Python as my primary. Yeah, and I talked about this earlier. Hey, if you're going into AI machine learning, look at Go and Rust. And I'm really looking at Go for embedded. I'm looking at Rust for machine learning, and same way with Python as well too. So a lot of people are moving over to Kotlin for Java skills as well too.
Facts. Yeah, since Oracle trying to make you pay for Java. Shout out to Rust. I did something. They had a whole bunch of security vulnerabilities in Rust. Make sure you're on the latest version.
Yeah,
Make sure
yeah,
you're
yeah,
on the latest version.
yeah. And I brought this up before. Let me pull this up. CVEs.
Facts on the
Um,
CVEs.
like I hope that's the website. Not Chula Vista Elementary. CVEs. Come on, stop it. Stop going there. Oops. Oh, it's because I ain't back out of it all the way. Come on. But anyway, I brought this up before where you can go check out vulnerabilities for all of your actual not devices but software that you have out there. They have a whole database right here for
I,
all your software, right?
yeah, shout out. I do that every day. So
Yeah, all right.
that is the place. Because as a security analyst, one thing we got to make sure of is there's no big CVEs out there. So
Yeah, and so you can go through this if you're not sure what CVEs are. You can search this website. They'll walk you through like what CVEs are, the scoring. It just gets into sticks and hardening and so forth. All the lovely stuff that you probably don't want to talk about. Here's their news link right here. Here's their LinkedIn. They also had a teleconference on the 29th. Here's Switzerland National Cybersecurity Center added CVEs. JFrog added some M-Files. Plantier, Ping Identity, LG Electronics, Snow Software, and the list goes on of people
yeah,
who add their vulnerabilities that they're find. I also talked about this before with Hacker One, where you can go. Is it Hacker One? Where's the one that? Oh yeah, where you come up here and then yeah, looking for vulnerabilities, but it's a it's a bug bounty
facts.
Hacker One bug bounty. I think that's it. Yeah, where you can bug bounty program right here.
Yeah, I thought about getting some students and try to get some money, but that's
Yep,
harder than it looks sometimes. So, but yeah, that's a one young guy. He makes $1 million in 6 months every year. I think he was out of Ecuador,
yep, yep,
so,
yep, 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 yep.
so he gets that bug bounty money.
So here's the bug bounty programs. Let me blow this up. It's a little small here. OVO again, Hacker One, AS Watson Group. I'm see our team. AB Namaro, Acronyms, Get Admiral, Affirm, Airlock, Airtable, Avian Ltd, Albert Hagen or I guess Hagen, Agola, and so forth. Like right
Yeah,
here's all like Hacker One bug bounty programs, and you can visit their page here and start talking about getting paid off of bug bounty programs. I
mm-hmm.
also check out Hacker Rank News or Hacker News something. Was it is it Hacker News?
I thought it was the hacker.
That
TH
was Hacker
hacker.
News.
I don't know. So many out there now.
Yeah, Hacker News. Yeah, that came out of the Hacker News. Yep,
That's the one. That's the one I use.
yep. So you can check out data breaches, see what's going
Apache
on.
web server. That's my favorite one. It's got a cat one. That's got a
Yeah,
cat one.
Apple requires all apps to make it easy for users to delete their accounts. Penetration testing in your AWS environment. Get
Just
approval before you do that.
there,
Stackable network curses, code execution, and so forth. Right?
There's a question there. A lady said her son's 15, and what can her son learn? She dropping game. He could be a penetration tester. He doesn't have to code. She walked through all those. I would call that a baby GRC, talking about vulnerabilities. There's no coding in there. I do a lot of compliance work where you follow HIPAA, CJIS, FERPA. Then, like she said, I would go off and work with Dee and Tamika, and they would actually stig it and harden that. But physically, you don't do the hardening. You do the compliance that says, okay, I ran this scan on these machines. These machines has these vulnerabilities. You as a GRC person, it stands for governance, risk, and compliance. You take all that information, wrap it up, and you give it to the technical people like Tamika to apply those checks on the server. Then she gives you that data back that says, okay, you had 1,000 servers with these vulnerabilities. They're all fixed now. So do you pass HIPAA? Oh no, you got to do these 50 other scans, and then you got to do policies and procedures and a lot of other paperwork that really has nothing to do with coding. But those jobs from a GRC perspective pay a lot of money. Um,
And another one is let me look up. I always look up this Linux for kids. I was gonna do. We have a whole logo for Linux for kids.
Not trying to give you orders, you don't work for me, but there's a Python for 10-year-olds. There's a book on Amazon. So
Yep,
I'm thinking about teaching that one because I want to do summer. I want to do coding for kids. So I think I'm gonna do Python for kids.
yep. So this is like a you can download a Linux distribution and then probably
Okay.
try to start your kids off with understanding Linux and
Hey,
just get them in the
Professor,
environment. Go
you
ahead.
have a
Yes.
quick question. They asked, do you have a CISSP?
I do not. I failed 10 years ago. A lot of CISPs call me and ask me questions. Um, I'm not trying to sound arrogant. I've been in the game 20 years, so nobody's ever asked me to have one. But I think since I've been talking a lot of crap, I think I'm gonna retake the test. So,
Okay,
uh,
well,
as soon as I said that, I
Savage.
thought I thought D was chagrined and I didn't have one. I thought she was looking at me with
No, because
disdain. I didn't have one. So,
no, Savvy Scientist, he wanted to do a course, a class with you. So he was asking about that. So
no,
that's so you guys can get it together. I'm not chagrining. Most people that don't have the search that's been in it a long time, it's just like, why? I'm still working.
Is
right.
Derek still out there in the chat? Is Derek still out
I
there?
don't know if he's still,
He
I
might.
hadn't seen a chat from him in a minute.
Yeah, me either. But if he was still out there, y'all could get with Derek too. He's from B sides. Derek put in work this year, man. Every time I looked up, I think he got like 6 certs this year, 5 or 6 certs, like
I'm too old to do
back
all
to
that
back.
study.
He was like,
no,
bam. Okay, you want
nah,
to talk trash to me? Bam, here's
right,
a cert.
right,
Bam, here's a cert.
fine.
All
I
right.
just got a
I need
young
to know
guy,
how
got
he did
one,
it.
and every day he's asking me like 1,000 questions. I was like, man, since you got this CISP, man, you like asking me 4,000 questions. But it's cool though, because it keeps me on my toes, and I think that gave him confidence. So now he's like asking me 5,000 questions a day, but it's cool.
But Natalia, I also would look out and reach out to the Linux Foundation. I'll go over there and see what they got for kids because they have a kids program that they were working on getting more kids into tech. In fact,
Fine.
we had our youngest uh person come on stage. She was 13 or 15. Her name is Kayla Banks. She actually did a keynote for Linux right here. See, 2017, 15, right? Yep, this is her. Um, it's how to raise a tech family.
With her
Um,
dad, it was
with
nice.
her dad, and that's Kayla right there. And they all he teach them all Linux and Python. The whole family they all do it.
Nice.
I think they're out of LA. They're out of LA. I think she got her. I think she already has her first job, if I'm not mistaken. Um, and is well on her way. I think she even started her own curriculum. I think she's written a book.
Wow.
Um, so go check her out. It's something relatable if you're talking about a kid or something like that. Like go check her out. Um, let me see. I don't. Let me see if I could look up Kayla Banks. On YouTube. Let me see if she got a stream or anything. Yeah. Yep. That was 5 years ago. That was three. This was two. That was six. Here she is in LA. That's her instruction video. Yep. So Yeah, they got a whole she got a whole channel, so you go check her out
That's
and
cool.
and see what she's talking about, and they may have some links on there to some of her stuff, and even with her dad, I think they were doing a lot of stuff virtually because they wanted to expand the knowledge of kids at Linux for Linux around the U.S. So they were doing a lot of stuff virtually and getting
And I
support
think he
around that.
homeschooled his kids as
Yeah,
well.
yep.
So
Oh
this was
wow.
part of his homeschooling
Okay.
program.
Tamika, do you let on Linux? Do you let people use GUI or you straight command line them?
I'm
Because
What
my
abusive.
you should be able to answer that question,
I
I'm
Big
a
know.
Box.
I'm abusive.
Me too. My grandson said, I told him, "Hey, homie, you trying to get this extra game? We're gonna have to get on this command line.
Yeah, I'm abusive.
Got the CBD and
No,
up with directory."
no, I don't
Ain't,
need.
ain't no gooey.
Look, let me tell you something. Some of the people in my class was like, we didn't know they had a GUI. Like, you don't need to know that because
Facts, facts.
you don't
I
need to
work
know that.
I work with this old guy. He was like that. This young guy was like, we should use a GUI. He says, what if the system down and it just boot and comes up? Ain't gonna be no GUI, man. Sometimes you gotta go raw with it. I go, dude, you 58. But hey, that's how we did it though.
No,
Let me
I
tell
took
you.
a class and they brought up Ubuntu and it had the GUI and I was like awkward. I was like, I hope she don't come in here with me on me because she'll come in behind me like somebody's auntie and like, what is that? What are y'all doing? And I was like, oh, let me shut this down. It felt weird.
No, I would just tell her I'm old school, man. I'm coming from the roots. I don't want to use no GUI,
Yeah.
man. We coming from the ground up.
Yeah, so we don't I don't really I'm not I'm it's not the fact that I'm not a fan of the GUI, it's the fact of what you're going to be doing unless Linux is your desktop. And
Facts.
even when I have my desktop, I immediately click on the terminal because I'm not clicking around. Like if I need to
Mm-hmm.
move files, I'm moving the files around
Right.
on command line, and where I need to go doesn't have a GUI, so I'm not remote desktoping
Mm-hmm.
to a Linux box with a GUI unless I have to bring up, satellite images or something like that.
Right.
But
No, that's
but
true.
most of the for the most part, I'm always command line to manage that machine
Mm-hmm.
for it
Me
to do
too.
some services and then go from there. So that's usually what I'm doing. Oh, and D, you can take me off right now. Let me get this book. Let me
Okay.
get this book. These books. Be right back.
That's cool.
It's just you and me, buddy.
That's fine. Well, the one thing y'all brought up that I just really start doing is there's a local ISSA group, and I put that in the chat. It's a local security group. I
Mm-hmm.
win and I talk. Now they want me to present on stage, so I'm like, well, let me give it a shot.
Might as well. It's cybersecurity month. I think
Yeah,
everybody's having a lot of conversations
yeah,
about security. Physical security is
huge.
big. People
Mm-hmm.
forget about physical security as well
Right.
as just your personal devices. Like can your 5-year-old grandson get into
Mm.
your personal devices?
Oh yeah.
The importance of password security
Mm-hmm.
and
Mm-hmm.
having characters and numbers and not the same password for everything.
Nice.
I think people we get so used to in our days, like I need something I can remember that, it's not just people trying to break in there. They're using key coders and they're
Mm-hmm.
just running these numbers, running these numbers, running these numbers until you all hacked. And so, how do you protect your home, your refrigerator, and then everybody's so smart.
I'm
You got
frowning
this
up at
smart
you
house,
now.
huh?
No, I'm interrupting you. These are the questions you always ask yourself. D brought up a certain question. So I'm in class and goes, my Nest is connected to the internet so I could turn down my heat. I go, what if I hack into your Nest and cut your heat up to 200 degrees? Either you're going to have a big bill or your house going to catch on fire, right? So when you
Mm-hmm.
start talking about people, the convenience is good, but I'm a pessimist, so I feel like somebody gonna hack me. So my refrigerator's not hooked up. I have no cameras looking inside. I'm fat. I don't want nobody to see me on internet. So all my cameras are outside my house. So if I see you sneaking up, you might get it. But if you get in, my cameras ain't gonna be on you. So if you
Right.
got cameras in your house, cool, watching your kids, just know somebody's gonna hack you and you gonna be on the internet. So I'm hoping you fully dressed. I'm just throwing
Yeah.
that out
I
there.
mean, I was at a friend's pool and I was like, is that camera recording? And he was like, yeah. I was like, yeah, I'm gonna need that. because you didn't ask me about that. Like that's my privacy.
Right,
Like you're
right.
running that back. That's your privacy. Like
No, that
you
is
didn't
true.
ask me to that. Nobody's looking at me in my bikini. I
Shout
need
out
that.
to
Let's
D.
delete.
Damn. Shout out to D in the bikini. Shout out to D. She's still working in a D. You know, people's like, I'm old. They like, why
I'm
you got
your
a t-shirt on?
providence.
Yeah, until I get in the pool, I'm gonna have on a t-shirt. I'm just throwing that out. This shit. The
But
six
I
pack
mean, those
days are
are those
gone. Shit.
things. Those are
All
those
facts.
things where people just don't know. Like our neighbors in the back. Like I want to have a conversation about like your house comes over our fence. So what's let's look at the shot of those cameras because now you
Facts.
violating the over
Right.
the fence rights. What does
Right.
that look like for you peeping over here?
But right. But I'm gonna tell you though, a lot of the gated communities, what they do is, which is kind of not smart, is they take their cameras and they have one of them pointing in the street. So they watching everybody walking down to the street, and people don't know all the big camera companies. You can get half off if you stream that stream to the
Yep.
police station. Right. So they sign a doc. So a lot of people don't realize. So now they're doing facial recognition on people getting arrested,
Exactly.
and it's hitting your face. And 30% of facial recognition for black people fail. So
Yep.
you get arrested on a humble just because you walking down the neighborhood because they're streaming your face down to the police station.
Hmm. Right.
So ain't nobody asked you that. Yeah, and I was just like looking. I'm like, man, what is that camera doing? And I'm just like,
Oh yeah.
Mm.
what's going on? Why do
D,
y'all need that camera in this alley that
right.
nobody's walking in?
D, don't take this wrong, D. Don't take this wrong. OnlyFans was hacked, so I'm letting people know out there that there's some OnlyFans photos out there. So that's all I'm saying. I did a video. There's OnlyFans out there been hacked. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying.
Man, so what you do with your account?
Who me? Nah, I'm a consumer, not
You know they love.
a
You know they
not a
got a
modeler.
category bald and chubby on the
No,
fence.
no,
Bald
no,
and chubby.
no.
They love
I
there's a
am all
whole
of that, but
category.
thanks to Tamika though, I have resources. I don't need to do that. I'm trying to get a Kevin Samuels 8%. So I'm not trying to be. Shout out to Tamika for making me a high value man. So
I'm trying.
I'm
Hey,
good.
I'm trying to get you to an accredited investor. You know,
Facts.
he trying to get you to be a high value man. I'm trying to
Uh,
get people to be
I,
accredited investor. So
let me
when you
whisper.
introduce yourself, I'm an investor.
I'm gonna whisper something to you. I'm an eyelash from there. That's all I'm gonna say. I'm an eyelash. I'm close. I'm an eyelash. So I'm an eyelash.
That's all I want. So look, I got this book right here. Can you see that? The algorithm design manual, right? You can go probably on this is hardback, so I want you to check that out. But again, it's broken up into dynamic programming, graph traversals, algorithm design, data structure, algorithm analysis. Uh, we had Albert on here a couple of weeks ago. We were talking about he was talking about people don't understand system design.
Facts.
This is here. What is a designing a system, right? Setting string problems, computational geometry is in this
Mhm.
particular book.
Facts.
The
That
other
is a
book.
lost art. I think a lot of people are self taught, so they don't get to that level of design. Because as you well know now, is you take spring and hybrid and all these different, and you just put them
Mhm.
together. You don't really understand how they work.
Right. And so the next book is distributed systems, right? Principles and paradigms, or paradigms, as people want to say. Inside this book, you this is my guy Tannenbaum when I talked about the the modern operating system. Same guy. Now we're talking about distributed systems. And when we get into distributed systems, we're talking about system architect. What is architect versus middleware? How do things communicate, like RPCs, processes? What are threads? What is code migration? Servers, clients, stream oriented communication, message oriented communication, fault tolerance, consistency and replication, synchronization, security, distributed object based systems, distributed file systems, uh, dealing with distributed web based systems, and distributed coordination based systems, right? So, this book right here,
Showed up
distributed
slowly.
system.
asking about it. They want it. What's so crazy is I love that everybody always wants you to drop the link, and I'm just like, this your first lesson. Google it.
Oh, is it? Did I get it right? Algorithm design manual, right? And this is the second. I'm sure, and this is the author here. But you can get the you can probably go out, and this one is distributed systems, and then here's the author there, right? You can probably go out and get that book. I also have a book on linear algebra as well too. Again, I'm a computer engineer by major. So in case you didn't know, I did
Now you
computer.
know.
Now you know I did computer engineering by major. I did as my
Uh,
master. I did information assurance and cybersecurity as my master. And my major in computer engineering had nothing to do with Linux administration. I was working full time before I got the job, so that's that one. And last but not least, this book for those that want to go and do your data science and stuff like that, elementary statistics, right?
I
Just
passed that class.
understanding the mean
wow.
models. This that's part of your. It's gonna be part of your career. That's just something that you're gonna look. So yeah, Cal 3, linear algebra, um, statistics. If you're going down the
How often do
eh,
you use that? I'm just throwing that out.
so
I'm giving you a
for
hard time because I took
no
Calc 3 and I haven't used it very
Cal
often.
Cal 3, I don't use it. I didn't use it then. I use it more now only because of the company that I work for. So when you're talking about AI and machine learning,
Okay.
so being able to understand what they're talking about when they're, oh, the system is performing slow and this model did X, Y, and Z. Ooh, I
Right.
recognize that word. Let me. Oh, yeah, that's what that meant.
Right. I
Okay,
used to do
yeah.
SAS for years for a pharmaceutical company from the statistical angle. So when you said that, I was like, oh, I should do SAS years ago. But
Yep. So that's more along those lines when I'm talking about that. So I didn't forget our topic. So our topic was, what is IBM Quantum Cloud DevOps Engineer? So let me run through that real quick, right? So here's the actual position right here. It's in multiple cities. Required education is a degree, a bachelor's degree, full time, international business machine corporation, right? And so basically, let me blow this up some because it looks small on screen. Degree in computer science or equivalent, required technical experience, understand Travis CI, Urban Code, Docker, Kubernetes, Red Hat OpenShift, Log DNA Assisted, Nagios, Zabbix, Cloud Platform is IBM Cloud, Azure, AWS, databases, infrastructure as code, concept tools such as Terraform, Puppet, Ansible, Chef, automation testing tools, Selenium, JUnit, coding and shell scripting with Python, Bash, Ruby, and YAML. Yet another markup language is YAML. And then preferred professional expertise, um, understand databases, knowledge and test driven development, Linux knowledge. I experience in working on a quiz kit and demonstrated contributions to the SDK, so forth and so on. So this is what IBM cloud quantum cloud DevOps engineer, which goes back to what I was talking about when we were looking at what is it like to be a DevOps engineer and quantum computing, and that was from 3 years ago. I showed you my talk 3 years ago. Here we are now. We're just now really starting to pick this up. You see the IPOs that have come out with Rigotti and the other four that I showed last week that are building quantum computing cloud infrastructure and looking for people to maintain those clouds, to help onboard customers, to help them build out their pipelines and to keep their applications up and be secure. Same concepts when we're talking about DevSecOps, your cloud, your Linux, your security, all still plays a role. Understanding get ops and get flow still plays that part. So I want you all to understand that this is still, again, your foundation, your baseline, right? And now, if you choose to go into quantum computing, that's on you. I'm not telling you you have to do that. I'm just giving you what this looks like when we're doing all of this, right? What that tends to look like. I also want to show this that when we were talking about DoD stuff, Plantier inks a deal with $90 million data integration contract with the VA. This came out October the 7th. Big data analytics company Plantier is expanding its health and defense related work. Its first major contract with the Department of Veteran Affairs. I just talked about them winning another contract earlier, right? We talked about them winning another contract on our other stream. DHS releases the roadmap to post quantum cryptography. DHS, Department of Homeland Security, right? So here's NIST, DHS. The roadmap advises chief information officers to engage in standard bodies on the latest algorithm and dependent protocol changes. So go check this link out. This all came from the Slack. This not a link that I had to pull from somewhere else. It's all in Slack. Peraton wins a $2.7 billion DHS, Department of Homeland Security, cloud modernization contract, right? So Peraton has been named the winner of the Department of Homeland Security's latest data center and cloud optimization contract award worth 2.7 billion. I can go on. There's plenty of billions in the Slack that we have not talked about that I need to get together and do it. The award comes after General Dynamics IT won 395 million in July to maintain DHS lead data center one, located in NASA's facility in Mississippi. Right. Um, we can go on about the SpaceX and stuff like that, but hey. And last but not least, this is for Black Professor. I got this for you. Supreme Court denies Oracle appeal over the Jedi protest. Right?
Ooh, I like Oracle. We gotta get them a little of the crumbs, man. We gotta give them crumbs. I
They
gotta.
they get crumbs. They are partnered with they're partnered with Microsoft, so they getting
They are.
crumbs.
They are. They
They
are.
pro- they and they got it was last time I heard they were in talks with AWS to partner as well too. So they getting crumbs out of the way it go.
They
Right?
are. They are. Did you ever explain Palantir what they did?
Yeah, I explained it earlier.
Okay, that's cool.
I
That's
expl-
cool.
I
That
explained it on the other show.
that's perfect because that's that PayPal mafia, man. That Palantir company, man. I'm like, them dudes doing some stuff don't nobody know. Them dudes that got that
And writing
PayPal money,
and look and writing everybody face.
man.
Right in everybody's face. They said he's like fat cat.
Man,
He like Garfield the cat over there. Like they eating,
and most people don't ever even know, and most people never even heard of it. That's the crazy part.
they eating over there. So it is what it is. What's the author of the stats book? The author of the stats book is Mario F. Triola. Oh no, can you see that? D don't have it on the screen.
Hold on, let me see. Let me
Come on,
make
dude,
it
get
big.
it
Hold
together.
on, right there. Can you see that?
I gotta pick
She
on D a
making you
little bit.
laugh. Hold on, let me get it.
You know what I mean?
Oh snap!
Hold on.
I'm off. Can you see that? Oh,
A little
No,
bit.
you off. There we
there
There
you
you
go.
go.
go. Yeah.
And give us the title one more time.
Elementary statistics. There's probably this is
Ooh,
the 12th edition. It's really old. He probably got it on the 14th or 15th.
yeah.
Right.
Get your big points pants on when you go to stats now. Y'all gotta make sure y'all ready for them
Yep.
stats. That's a whole nother ball game.
Yep. And let me see. I got a whole bunch of other stuff. Hold on. Let me pull up my notes here.
Well, I'm about to jet out. Y'all ladies have a great night. My old ass agree go lay down. I've been on like a couple panels
Go
already.
ahead. Go ahead.
Everybody
All
have a
right,
good
enjoy
night.
your nap.
Everybody, why you say it like that, D? Everybody have a good night.
All right.
Subscribe to the
Because you
channel.
old and you take naps.
Facts,
Yep.
100%. Because I need to get to this accredited investor stage. I gotta get my rest. Everybody have a good
Hey,
night.
I'm gonna have me. I took a nap yesterday.
Facts.
Hey,
I
it
gotta take
happened.
one every day. I'm old. Everybody have a good night. Join
Drink
the
your hot
channel.
milk and take yourself a
Yeah.
nap
Join
and
this channel.
Join this
Drop a
channel.
D. You'll drop a
drop your
link to his
channel
channel.
for us.
My channel.
Yeah,
Yeah.
drop it. What's your
Oh,
channel? What's that?
I'll get it.
Shameless plug.
Oh my god, I wasn't even ready. I was trying to get to the nap. Now I got to find the channel. Can we drop it in the black chat, or can I drop it on the?
You can drop it in the
No, you
back and D will
no,
drop it.
you drop it. Yeah, drop it in the back chat, and I
I don't
will
know. I don't
post
know.
it for you.
D. I don't think D made me a moderator. She holding me down and shit. I play. Have a great night.
Yes, you have
I
a
always
good one.
enjoy ya.
All right, man. Be safe out there.
You too.
All right. Yep, and again, if you want to come up, more than welcome to come up, share your thoughts, where you see going. If you got questions, this, that, and other, more than welcome to come up. I saw some questions up here. Tam, where are companies going to see what contracts are open for bidding? Yeah, Beta Sam, but also we're having some people coming on to talk about uh getting into government contracting, but you also need to look at the agencies that you want to work for, establishing relationships, talk to your PTAC. Who else do the what's it called? It's not the ombudsman. Was it who is it called?
Possibly.
The Ostabu.
The
Not
only
the
reason I remember it because I hear Eric in my head saying it.
the
Your local
Ostabu.
hospital.
Yeah, local Ostabu, right? Those are the people you need to establish relationships on that.
Yeah, and I didn't get into the drill down on it because it was so wide on where you can get contracts. That's why I just put Beta Sams because we were talking in the Fed level
Mm.
for that. So I mean, it depends
And
on
then
what
there's
type of contract
local
you're trying to get.
contracts too as well
Yeah,
too, right? State and local, but state
state, local,
and
yes,
local.
yes, your city contract, your
Yeah.
county has contracts. So any government agency has contracts. Local may be easier to get because they have budgets and they got credit cards where they can pay like some smaller contracts under 10,000. They can pay you within 30 days. So it's a lot of good stuff.
Yeah, and Q4, you said, why can't as black IT professionals get together, form a, excuse me, an LLC and win one of those large contracts? They do. Um, but you need to understand that everybody don't need the prime. You can go as a sub. There's different things you can shop around. What are your skill sets? What do you do? How can you get on and create your team? How do you vet people? How do I mean there's a whole lot that goes behind that. It takes work, right? And everybody got to eat right now. So if we can get you to be an accredited investor, you can spend your time doing that, right? That's what we're working on.
Because
All
it
right,
takes a lot of time.
right. So I want to talk about this chip shortage that highlights the U.S. dependence on a fragile supply chain. And in here, I don't know if you're all aware of this, like car companies are not giving you two keys anymore. They're only going to give you one, because they're due to the chip shortage. So car companies have idle production, so there's not as many new cars on there. People order cars and then they deliver, so it's a wait time for it. It's not drive off the lot unless they're used cars and you can drive off the lot and so forth, right? So used cars have gone up. um, but the other thing that this highlights is um the other part of tech. The other part of tech where we go and start talking about the hardware. You're gonna start to see, and we saw that earlier with the Rigotti and it was another company where they're making their own hardware. We already know the M1 chip came out in the Mac, excuse me. There are going to be more local chip makers, and not only local chip makers but people designing software to act and respond like a chip, right? So there's already been talks of that as well too. So that's where your programming skills, understanding design, system design and architecture, that's where all your stuff come all that comes into play, right? Where your Cal 1 and Cal 2, Cal 3 comes in, your linear algebra and so forth and so on, right? That's where that stuff comes into play. But I want to highlight this because this chip shortage isn't going away no time soon. So, what does that mean for companies as we continue to grow with the Jetsons, the GPUs? Not only that, let's back up. What does that look like for cryptocurrency, right? So that's what quantum comes in. That's why you see these quantum computings come around. So if you're not familiar with that, you can go look up quantum computing and cryptocurrency, um, and how that would affect, like, why here's why Conquer didn't break through. But again, hacking Bitcoin wallets with quantum computing could happen. Quantum computing, the cause of the next crypto crash, and so just different things behind that quantum computing and Bitcoin blockchain that came out in 2019. Can government shut down Bitcoin with quantum? That's September the 15th. So start looking at headlines. Start looking at what. Go look up what quantum computing is. Go look at who's making long investments and strides in them. And I talked about that last week. Then go look at the plays that people are doing with quantum computing and so forth and so on. Let's flip this, right? The confidential um, computing
Consortium.
consortium. Right? I talked about them before. Um, I don't know. We did we ever get approved to become a partner?
You know what? I don't know. I think they were kind of going through some membership stuff. So I think we had to be a partner through the cloud natives
Yeah.
and then that. So I'm not sure. I have to look at my emails.
Okay. So confidential computing consortium. Why do you care, Tamika? Why are we even talking about this? Where's this coming from? Okay, this comes from and out of if you are looking at to do computing or say you want to do secure machine modeling or number crunching, this is where the confidential computing consortium comes out of. This is what it does. So I can compute in a secure manner, right? And so at a CPU level, where is the diagram for this? Let me go back so you can look at the diagram. Um, when we start talking about the TPM um, and the T, let me look at images here. And somebody asked in the comments, how do I keep all this knowledge in my head, or how do I know this stuff? I just been doing it for years. And so I am a study of technology and reading and drawing and trying to figure out how things work and why, who came up with this and what they were looking for when they did it. So I'm looking for a particular diagram on this. So, um, yeah, not really what I want, but it's close enough where it makes sense for you. All right, so here they're talking about the attack surface, right? You've seen these things before. You know, drivers are in the kernel. You know, drivers, you know, the operating system has a kernel which has drivers. That's how you're able to talk to your devices and so forth. Then you have the hypervisor right here, and this right here is actually really showing uh virtualization right here, and then the operating system on the virtual, and then the application on top. And the same here with discrete. But they're talking about this attack surface, right? And so they're saying, like, hey, we're going to reduce that because the attack surface shows you firmware, device drivers, hypervisor operating systems, and applications, right? But emerging that can help is homomorphic encryption.
Good job.
Um, and then now with secure element, and I just want to get down here to confidential computing right here. So confidential computing uses hardware to reach and surpass the objectives of secure elements and homomorphic encryption based on the trusted execution environment. That's what I was looking up, the TEE. And then the confidential computing is intended to protect data confidentiality, data integrity, code integrity, and code confidentiality. So again, data integrity. I have this data that I'm analyzing. I'm doing all this information. I'm doing this analysis on as I'm using AI. But how do I know that what I'm using in Google Cloud or AWS, and I'm sharing my resources with someone else on this system? How do I know I'm secure? Right? How do I know somebody didn't break out of of their shell into my system and so forth and so on at a lower level? How do we know that? How can I ensure that confidence, right? Well, you could do that by saying I just want a bare metal host by myself. Cost goes up, time goes up, everything goes up. But you could do that. The other one is you can then take this and say, okay, well, what else what else am I vulnerable for when we're looking at this? And drop a one in the comments if this making sense to you. um so we make sure that we're on the same page here. All right, but then they talk about in here what this looks like when we're talking about data integrity. Can you, and then here we go, hardware T, homomorphic encryption and secure element, right? So they get into that, and then confidential computing and operation. Here's the consortium, this CCC, the consortium, where they start talking about this and what that looks like. But I wanted to get down here and show you this right here: untrusted code and then trusted code, right? So I'm gonna make a call out here, do my crunching of whatever I want to process, and then I'll return that back over here to for you to see. But I crunch over here in a confidential manner, right? So that's what they're showing there. I just wanted to give you that thought process, right, of where technology is at and where they're going. Again, that's confidential computing that falls under security, that can fall under AI, that can fall under machine learning, and then other stuff can go some other way, right? So just have that in your background. All right. I saw that point five from from Natanya. I saw that point five. All right. Let me see. I hope I got all of the link for this right here. Oh no. Maybe. Let me see. Let me. I mean, I can do just this part right here. All right. So, investments in chips hit a record high level as tech giants look to design their own. September the 30th. All right. So, as the chip shortage is continues to disrupt different sectors, perhaps most notably the automotive, investors have flooded money into design and processing chips as never seen before. Here we go, from 272 million in 2017 to 1.6 billion in 2021. Uh, Semiconductors, we went from 1.2 billion in 2017 to 3.7 billion. So what does that say to me? It would be great if we could all go in on a warehouse and let somebody come in and start making chips locally, right? Black owned warehouse chip maker or something like that, right? So just think about big tech looks to chips, but the current investments also become largest as the largest tech companies in the world have all made the news on making the chips. Since that announcement, others have joined the party in their own chips. Amazon, of course, Amazon is making their own chips, but again, Amazon just made their own TV. So don't think there's not a prelude to what a chip could do in that TV that they're not even talked about. That's not even talked about. And then as they put those TVs out, they're testing. You keep buying the TVs, they keep improving, 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 and then they'll make the announcement that hey, we just released our chip, right? Because they already got that information. And so here's Amazon developing its own networking chip as well too. I don't have time to wait for you to create these chips for networking and again improving the software as well too. Tesla and Google, and then they just get down here to deal making here. Most notable deal, Qualcomm's acquisition of Santa Clara, California based Nuvia for $1.4 billion in January. to make that. And so these are the some of the companies that they have here for semiconductor and what that looks like is in terms of funding here, right? You can look right here for funding, right? So that's that one. Um, let me see. I'm gonna jump down here to how much time? Oh, we gotta wrap it up real quick. We've been on for a while. All right, cybersecurity startup eyes to improving the health of hospitals as attacks increase. Did you all see that the new attack on some of the hospitals? Have y'all been keeping up with that? The hospitals are getting attacked. Your records are going out. People's statuses and stuff is being released on the black market. Have y'all seen that? So there are cybersecurity companies coming out that are targeting healthcare, like here, like healthcare breaches increased 55.2% last year. According to the study, the increase in attacks caused cybersecurity and infrastructure security agencies, the FBI and the U.S. Health Department, to send out warnings in late October about
That's so
about
scary.
these attacks, right? Um, Earlier this week, a New York healthcare cybersecurity company, Solera, closed on a 2 million Series A round. And late last month, Palo Alto-based company Armis Security, a leader in IoT security, including that for healthcare, closed at 125 million for a $2 billion evaluation. Right. So D could drop these links. I'm not going to go through everything on here, right? Because there's a lot more information on here and a lot more companies. That was March 25th. That one came out. Let me get this one here. This next one up. And you can go look at those companies as well too for jobs. Orca Security adds 190 million M particle and raises 150 million. What is Orca Security? Orca Security, a provider of cloud security, extended its Series C and round of by 190 million and raised to 550 million for the company. Right, Orca's value 50% valuation in 7 months is 1.8 billion. Right, 1.8 billion. And Particle Snacks 150 million in the Series E as well too for that one. And then oh yeah, Rent the Runway is filing to go public. Um
Wow, they
Duality.
must be renting a lot of stuff.
Oh, they lost some money actually. They lost some money here. They were saying they revealed its filings revenue fell from 88.5 million in a 6 month period that ended July 31st, 2020 to 80.2 million in the same period in 2021. Its net losses over in the same
Wow.
6 month period came out to be 88 million and 84.7 million. They're if they don't go public soon, they're probably gonna start losing.
They probably, yeah, they're gonna lose
Yep. So
because
they need to
everybody
go.
was it was nowhere to go.
Yeah, they're gonna have to get that money out of. They're gonna have to get them. They're gonna have to go public or sell some stuff to get that money back to investors, right? So cybersecurity duality 30 million. I looked at them last week. They are Jersey based. Did I look at them last week or looked at them this today? I think I might have looked at them today. Right. So that's that one. Um, this one, which I thought was interesting. Going remote from taxes to M&A. Here are three considerations to consider with the startup. There's another one on here on that was the one we did earlier, but there was another one on here uh about taxes, about doing a taxes startup. I didn't post the link in here. All right. Over 1.5 billion Facebook users' personal data found on sale for on a hacker forum. This was released October the 6th. Today is the 9th. Unrelated to other recent Facebook problem has had, this particular batch of data was scraped from profiles, meaning it was publicly available. That doesn't stop it from being dangerous, and it was found on stolen data on the black market, right? So there you go, right? I think I covered. Hold on, let me make sure I covered everything on my
Yep,
other
that's
one.
the last one.
On my other one, I had other stuff like
Oh,
let me pull this up. BlackRock has a fellow tech. I'm gonna give this to you, D. Um, I don't know why it's not showing up in the thing, but it is what it is. Here it's in your message. Um, that one. And I talk about Plantier already. So there is a Black Friday coming up early. Mm, Amazon fees. Oh, that's what I want to show you. This is before we get out of here. All right. All right. CNCF Finos. Here we go. The Finos landscape is dynamically generated. Blah blah blah. So what is Finos? Tell you what that is. All right, that's the landscape. Here we go. All right, best practices on source. Blah blah blah. Projects about. All right, Fintech Open Source is an independent 501 c6 nonprofit whose purpose is to accelerate collaboration and innovation in financial services through the adoption of open source. They have a list of their projects here that they're working on. Let me see if they got a link to it. Uh, yeah, here's the landscape. Um, so applications. This looks like this is Canon, Fuge, and I'm looking underneath Symphony here. That they have voice tech, UI frameworks, ODP toolchain, OSS readiness, containers, compliant management, interop models, and so forth. So they got a conference actually coming up for Finos. I want you to be aware of that as well too. So you can go out and take a look. Here's the card so you can see it better. Right here's the open source projects that are a part of this. Right, and there was a conference, DevOps utilization, open source readiness, regulation, innovation. Um, and so you can be a part of this. You could go check out this. Let me see if they got events this week in Finos events. Open source is October the 5th through the 9th in London, and then November the 9th through the 10th. Where they're gonna, I don't know if this is virtual or not. You may have to check to see if it's virtual or not, right? Um, but we're talking about fintech, and I showed you where earlier they also have a Slack channel. I showed you earlier where Stacey Abrams and one of her friends, they created a fintech company together. Um, let's see, there is, oh yeah, there's so much more. Let me see how I can get all this over to me real quick. Select. I'm gonna have to put this in my Slack because whatever, for whatever reason, it didn't want to come up on my link, and I don't know why. Let me go to my channel, and then I can grab it from there. Oh, that's the wrong Slack. My Slack. Any questions, D, while I'm doing this?
Yes, we want to thank She Sold My Thunder for their super chat.
Oh, thank you.
Uh, and then Natalia said, "How do we protect stolen info from buying online, virtual or ghost cards?"
Mm.
Yeah,
I,
that's a tough one. I was looking at that question like, we'll discuss that because I mean, there's a there's a certain amount of risk when using your credit card anywhere. That's why they have the chip. I know for me, when I
mm,
shop online, I make sure that it's a reputable company. And if I'm like iffy about it, I'll go to, do my little web search for it and then make sure it has the HTTPS at the top. But once you pass your card on to the other company, they have a certain, it's a term for it that escapes me right now, but they have a certain duty to you in order to protect that information on their end. Now, once your credit card goes over to them, then it's really out of your hands. And if somebody hijacks your information and then they're selling it, now it's up to that company to go protect your data. Now you might get one of those emails that say, your information was compromised. And then at that point, you need to go through those steps, whether it was a class action suit or they need to give you some more money. But make sure your credit cards have protection, all that other good stuff. If it's a store and I have that store credit card, I try to use that store credit card. Certain credit cards have certain perks, but they have a duty of responsibility once
There,
you use your card.
so here's a rule of thumb. Yeah, anytime you put something online, it's is
It's over.
you consider that
Then it will.
probably the ability to get compromised. That's just how I look at it. Right. And my mom has this thing. She's like, I don't do nothing online. I'm like, they stealing from the bank.
And I'd be like, it's FDIC insured. So,
Yeah. 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 So I wanted to bring this up. I don't know if you ever, do you even know what GeoInt is? Do you even know what that stands for? What that means?
you better
Right.
tell
Yeah, I am. I wanted to
us.
show some things here, but building a high school GeoNet career pathway, right? And I'll go back to it, right? Entry to executive high school program developed in partnership with USGIF and Gateway Global American Youth and Business Alliance Academies approved accreditation. If you ever use Google Earth or anything that's got a picture to show you or something that satellites, this is the GeoInt stuff. So United States Geospatial Intelligence Foundation. When we're looking at this, and I am going to get into this who we are. The United States Geospatial Foundation is a 501c nonprofit educational foundation dedicated to promoting geospatial intelligence, tradecraft, and developing a stronger geonet community with the government, industry, academia, and so forth. Basically, satellites and pictures, right? And you can see who's all a part of this. Just keep it FYI. And they have their career opportunities, and um they also have their job income posted as well too. Who uses this? Everybody uses satellite images and so forth. They have a young professionals coming up. Uh, a lecture position on geospatial intelligence. Weekly GeoInt news. You want to look at the news. You can see what we're talking about. Satellite, boom. Get a picture of this. Fly over and take pictures of this. Boom, boom, boom. Where does that data land? Right. Essential Federal to acquire Novetta and bring more advanced AI and cloud capabilities. That's huge, right there. By the way. Woolpert collecting imagery and LiDAR, providing technical support in Alaska, Khaki named to the Fortune 500 list, its largest company, and more. And they got more geo news. I want you to be aware of what these different terms and things mean. Uh, and also, you can be aware of what's going on around the world. Here we go. National Geospatial Intelligence Agency (NGA) delivers class geospatial intelligence that provides a decisive advantage to policymakers, warfighters, intelligence professionals, and first responders. They got a little video here. You can go check them out. I won't go into them, but you can only imagine flying around and taking screen captures using a satellite to do an analysis. That's how do you think they do an analysis on the rainforest, the fires that are happening and so forth, right? Right. How do you think that happens, right? All right. So when I was talking earlier about the speed up of things, this is what I was talking about. Um secretive satellite agents open up about the industry with the new contract vehicle. Basically, they're saying innovation, the way we're doing it is too slow. So they want to do BAAs. And we're gonna get into that broad agency announcement. We'll get in that with Eric when we start talking about BAAs and so forth. And what does that mean? But they're like innovation needs to happen now. We need to move quicker. Basically, that what it boils down to. I also found this interesting as we are coming into winter is here situation, but and as warehouses are being built, but what is the warehouse maturity model? And a lot of companies such as your Tesla, your semiconductors and so forth must meet this maturity model. And so you could be a person that goes in and make sure they adhere to this model. They're meeting the compliance of this model. And they have a big picture here of what that looks like, right? Retail, whole customer service and whatnot. But again, I'm just giving you just stuff out there that I thought was important for you to have in your um in your memory. You'll probably delete it after this show, but at least you know you heard about it. All right, so here's another one. Close that. U.S. to increase scrutiny on cryptocurrency federal contractors in effort to slow hacking. To slow hacking, right? The U.S. Officials unveiled a suite of cybersecurity initiatives Wednesday from cracking down on illicit cryptocurrency usages to increasing transparency about data breaches and so forth. So basically, if you get hacked as a contractor, you need to let them know what happened and what's going on, and here are the steps that you need to take in order to do that, right? And they go on a little bit more into it as well too. I won't dive off into that. And last but not least, just my last link, my last link, my last little link. All right, I don't know if you saw this. As Black user complain about censorship on LinkedIn faces a perception problem. People have been complaining about they do a post, and their post gets taken down or gets censored on LinkedIn. There's been a call about this, about the censorship on the platform. They said here and other Black creators, particularly in the ad industry, told Fast Company, East Company, they see signs that the platform is biased against them. They point to posts about being Black in the workforce and other racial issues that don't post or get removed. Content about race and diversity not getting the traffic they expected it to receive, cryptic messages from LinkedIn customer support service about their experiences. They say the platform, which since last summer's protests after the murder of George Floyd has increasingly become home to discussions of race in the workplace, seems to be censoring discussions they consider critical to improving their professional lives, and those are their colleagues. And they go on a little bit more about this. I'll drop this, and Deacon can drop the link if you all are interested in that. That's all. That was all the links that I had. I hope this was informative. Do we have anybody backstage, T? Probably not.
Nobody backstage. Of course not. Nobody's backstage.
Just double checking. All right.
That'd be awesome if we had one last say, but they know that brunch is over, and
We've been
you a
on for a
hunker.
while. I didn't mean to
You a
be on
hunker.
this long, but I had a lot of information to discuss, and of
You
course we
did, and
got
you were gonna get
sidetracked.
through it,
Huh?
and you were gonna get through it.
Yep, I
Yeah,
was.
that was your goal. You
That
was
was
gonna
my
get
goal.
through it.
I spent all that time looking up stuff and everything.
You were gonna get through it.
What is the winter is reference? That's what they've been saying online on YouTube. Winter is coming,
It
and it's
actually
actually
first came from the Game of Thrones, and
right.
then the Manosphere hijacked it. And is it a woman's sphere or is it just the manosphere?
I think it's just a manosphere.
Oh, what do they call the women who talk about relationships?
Angry and mean.
Bitter and lonely.
Yeah, bitter and lonely, modern, whatever. Thank you, CKC, for that. Yeah, uh, it's just one of those
That's
things.
terrible. That is absolutely terrible.
Oh, you just can't. Oh, you could have came on it. Like you can still come up if you want to. It's no big deal. We're not. You know, it's if you want to. That's on you. She stole my thunder. You're more than welcome. You're more than welcome to come up. I just want you all to understand um the avenues in tech are endless, and if I can come to you and show you the different avenues, that's what I try to do. But I also try to point you to people who are already there so you can link up with them. I don't know everybody. I know enough people to be dangerous, but I don't know everybody. But I just want you to get outside of the box of thinking like, "Oh my god, I want to go into tech and I don't know where to go. So what I'm going to do is go to a coding boot camp and I'm going to go learn React, and you get in there, you learn React, and your reaction is I don't like it."
I
Yeah,
wasted my time.
right.
I wasted. I'm reclaiming my time.
Right.
That's
So
how it is.
oh no, you don't have to cam up. It's all good. But I just want you all to see what your options are, and then when someone asks you, like, what do you get out of going into tech? You get the option to to tell them like, oh man, you could be this. You could do product management. You could be a scrum master. You could be this. You could be that. You could do. This. It's just the the pathways are endless, but there are common skills that you're going to need in tech that's across all tech, right? And to me, those common skills are understanding how to network, how to communicate, uh, stop looking for internships and looking for sponsorships. Um,
Apprenticeships.
yep. And then look for an apprenticeship. Like internships is great, but a sponsorship is even better. Somebody to walk you in and sit you down and then go from there. Who do we have here? I don't see a
She
name.
sold my thunder.
Okay, how you doing?
Hello, hello. Thank you for having me on.
Well, thank you
Yeah,
for
thanks for
coming
coming
up.
up to the stage.
Yeah, I just figured. Yeah, I know. I'm sorry. I just walked into this. I'm not too sure what the topic of it. I'm sorry. I'm just gonna crash. But hey, you know what? I
You
want to
might as
be here.
well.
Yeah, no. I figured I'd come here, support you guys, come on the show, say my thanks and everything. But yeah, I was just on the live stream with Before the Billions, and we were talking about movies. But we were also talking about, because for me, I'm trying to get into. So I'm just going to turn off the background noise here. I'm trying to get into not necessarily the tech world per se. I mean, I am semi interested in things like Python and things like that, but I do want to go into taking my YouTube channel a little bit more seriously. But like a lot of people, and like what you had just mentioned a moment ago, Tamika, is just like a lot of people, I don't know where to start. What do I do? Where do I go? Like I know I have to improve and get a better microphone. Ideally, eventually get a better camera. And even though I know a little bit of these things, it's like there's so much information, and everybody's going out here trying to be helpful. And it's not that it's a bad thing, but you often get overwhelmed with all this information.
Mm-hmm.
You don't know who, people were recommending me microphones to use. Okay, great, fantastic. I want to hear the recommendations, but oftentimes it's like, okay, is this microphone really the best one for me? And you don't always know, like, until you get it and you use it, that, oh yeah, this one works for me, or no, this one is
Mm-hmm.
not compatible with my computer or whatever, you know. So it's
Right.
like it's hard sometimes to navigate those, those different ways of, okay, how do I get what works for me? You know,
Right.
sometimes it's trial and error, sometimes it's, yeah, you're gonna get the good advice. So yeah.
Right. And so my advice is go with what your budget is comfortable with.
I hear you on that.
All right,
I hear you.
because I didn't invest like today. Normally we don't have on headphones, but when I do my meetup, sometimes I have on headphones. I've been
Mm,
really lazy about putting my headphones on.
mhm.
Um, but
So we
again,
were troubleshooting a problem today to see if we had. She's getting feedback from me, so we were wondering if we were getting that. Did you get the feedback from me?
no, I didn't get the feedback today
Oh, okay,
from you. But we
because
put,
they are killing my ears.
uh,
These headphones. She likes those earphones that go all over. These are killing me.
but I have gaming headphones.
Mm.
So do I.
Yeah, I have the big ones, and I like them over my ear. I like
How
the
did we sound
microphone
today?
here. Uh,
How did we sound
I
today,
don't know. Tell us how
everybody?
we sounded. I don't know if anybody even noticed the difference. Maybe I noticed the difference when I do the playback. So, and another thing I like about the headphones is the noise canceling in the background, where it's, if somebody walking, you can hear somebody walking. If
Mm.
a black professor Ops was clicking his pen today, I know everybody's like, "Who is tapping it?" And I didn't even say anything
And
because
he was
normally,
tapping his desk, and I'm like,
normally I'd be like, "Who is tapping? Who is that?" Right? But we had a guest. I didn't bother with it. But as far as like, where do you start with your and I'm assuming you're just talking about for your YouTube channel. Hey, we're new to the game, but I give you how we started and what
Mm.
we did. We stick to the basics. Be consistent on the message that you're delivering.
Okay.
um Write out what you want to talk about, right? And I'm not sure if you're covering tech or what your channel is or what you're going to cover, but outline what you want to talk about, and do the research on that. I usually I'm super lazy. I may not start research until Wednesday for a show that's on Saturday, but I usually try to be ahead of the game and watch stuff all week long, right? To see
Okay.
how the government's moving, how the IPOs are moving,
Mm.
what's the latest and greatest that's out there. I could have came on this week and talked about, and I still need to do that. I could have came on this week and talked about all the stuff that's going on with Facebook, but I knew everybody else was going to cover it. I
yeah,
was like, yeah,
keep it
they'll get that.
authentic to yourself.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. But I know
It
that's
makes
what a
it
lot.
easier.
Yeah, sorry. I know that a lot of people, what they do is they intentionally pick the more in the media topics so that they get traction, and they also use it as a tool to talk about the things that they really want to talk about. You know, like, the Kevin Samuels will talk about a woman that's in the news and sort of use her as an example to sort of talk about what he really wants to talk about. You
Mm-hmm.
know what I mean? And another tactic that I see a lot of people doing is that they'll have 20 different videos already in their on their private lists of channels and so forth, and then once they see, oh well, this is on the news, then they'll release a video that they might have done 3 months ago on that same topic that still may be relevant. They might make some adjustments to it. Is that something that maybe I should do you think, or never mind, or depends on you know
I could give you what I look at, right?
mm,
I don't look at what's going on in the news per se. When I say that, like who's on TV or
mm,
what CNN is reporting, because I'm so tech focused and getting more people. I'm looking at facts and figures,
okay.
right? And my facts and figures is I'm going to go look at the labor department. I'm going to look at what the city of Orlando is doing, who's buying up land, who's coming into the area, because my goal, let's back up. My
Mm,
goal is just my personal thought is that every man and woman who is black or minority
mm,
needs to be making 200,000. All that other stuff that people be talking about, it doesn't make sense to me if the average black man is making 40,000 and the average black woman is making 32.
Yeah, no, fair enough, fair enough. That makes sense. So it's no, I get what you're saying, and it's like, and that's kind of my that same kind of ideology. It's like great that you want to improve men's life and women's life. That's all fantastic, but if you don't have the money to back up what you want to do in your life, where are you going to go? What are you going to do?
Right.
You know?
And so at the end of the day, if we can, cuz here's the bigger play. Here's the
Mm,
bigger picture, right?
mm,
The bigger picture is we're being left behind in a dramatic fashion in terms of our net worth is going to be 0 in 2053,
mm.
and our generational wealth means nothing.
Yeah, for sure.
So in my mind, it's how can I help? Even if I get one person there, I'm excited, right?
Yeah, for sure.
Because that changes a whole entire family, right? I want us to be billionaires,
Mm.
right?
Yeah, of course.
So let's start with the 200. That's my goal. Let's start with the 200 and then let's build up from there. A lot of people say that goal 200 is a big goal, but it's quite obtainable in tech, right? It's
Yeah,
quite obtainable to do, and I'm going to show you where people are pumping money into, which means people are looking for people with those skill sets, which means you can kind of call your own shots, right?
yeah, for sure.
Hey, nobody's over here talking about quantum computing and DevOps. There's these new things out there that startups are doing. Oh, and by the way, if you want to go with a classic company, here's IBM. If you want to go with a classic company, here's AWS. But if you want to go with a startup and help them build out their infrastructure, go over there and
Mm.
be a big fish in a small pond versus being a small fish in a big pond,
Yeah, for sure,
right?
for sure. I hear you.
So
No, that yeah, makes sense.
that's my mindset. So if you go at it with that mindset and look at, okay, the big players are over here doing this, what do they need? The
Mm,
small players are over here doing this, what do they need? And the middle players are over here doing this, what do they need? And
mm.
pull that all together and say, okay, well, you could go here, here, and here. You pick your choice, but I'm just giving you that information.
Yeah, for sure. No, and I mean, another person had gave that basic advice that you had said, but in a different way. And they had said, look, if you can be somebody's solution to their problem,
Be the
the
solution.
exactly they'll be willing to pay you, a lot of money. Especially like you said, if you're in the tech industry, if you have somebody like migration is one of those big ones that for a lot of companies, and I think you mentioned it or somebody else had mentioned where you had a lot of people and governments that have older software or older tech where who do they have people it needs to be migrated, it needs to be updated,
Hmm.
but in the meantime they still have this software, this hardware that's from the 1960s that only 20 people in the entire country needs to. So if you're that solution, if you can come here, I know that software, I know that hardware, I know how to, and not only do I know it, but I know how to migrate it from one thing to another. A lot of companies, a lot of governments will pay you big dollars to do
Hmm.
that. So that's a part of the issue where I am is like, okay, it's like you said, trying to find how can I be somebody else's problem. Solutions are not problem.
Hmm.
So
Hmm.
sorry, it's a more. I had another long night with listening to Before the Billions. He was up until 4 o'clock in the morning, and that
Oh, did he stay on that late last
yeah, yeah,
night?
yeah. It was on that way, so it's like I'm still on morning brain here. But yeah,
Yeah.
if I can be somebody's solution to their problem, that often is where you're gonna make your money. Is people will pay you big money if you're a solution, especially if that problem is majorly urgent. It needs to be resolved.
R- Right. And so what I always talk about, everybody know this big picture. Everything is a
Mm,
big picture for me. Okay, I got the big picture. Okay, now how I solve the problem, right?
yeah,
Well, I got to solve the problem by breaking it down into smaller problems. Oh, guess what? I don't have all those skills, but who can I look into in my community that have those skills? Hey, I need for you to come over here and help me with this because we need to solve this problem. So
mm,
now I'm building the community of what I need around me, and not only that, we're gonna all eat. It's
Yeah,
enough for
exactly.
us to all eat.
But
But
we
in
gotta you
order,
gotta do the work.
yeah, but
You
you
got
got
to
to
do the
do the
work.
work. You got to put in the lead
You
work
have
in
to do the
order to
work. A
do
lot
that.
of times people sit on the sidelines like it's just going to come automatically, and it's
Yeah.
not going to come. And when that happens, when you're just sitting on the sidelines, there's a group of the haves that are doing the work, that are pushing it forward, and they're going to get pulled through because that's who, let's say, the client knows or that particular business knows. So they're going to get the notoriety. They're going to get those wins. But if you want to move it forward and you want to see the success, you have to do the work. There's no easy way around that.
And we got to partner with people. We, I get it. We want to do it on our own, but it's just some places we just not even in.
No.
No,
So you know what I mean? We just not even in those spaces. Quantum computing is one of them. We're not in those spaces, right?
I
So,
mean, you can tell by when you go to the conferences
yeah.
who's there. And like a lot of times, like when you're watching like the Olympics, me and Tam will watch the Olympics and just like, how do you know about this sport? Like,
Hmm.
where do you get, who teaches you about the sport that you like blindfolded and throwing? I mean, it's terrible. I mean,
Hmm.
it's a whole bunch of stuff, but that's what Women in Linux tries to provide, is a 360 of what's out there, what's in tech that you could possibly get in besides coding,
Right.
besides marketing or um
Right. And not only just get in, here's what senior leadership looks like in terms of they're looking for a senior product development manager, or they're looking for a senior customer service manager, or whatever the
mhm,
case may be. I always go look at senior levels. Let me tell you why. I always go look at senior roles because there there's a list that they want of experience, but that doesn't necessarily mean you don't come in with that experience, right? Sometimes you, and we had Reggie on. He had no idea what it took to be a DevOps engineer. Had no clue, but he went out for the interview anyway. He tripled his salary in
Wow.
6 months, right?
Yeah.
Because he tried. He just went on the interview and tried, right? Like, let's just try, because at the end of the day, it, somebody will hire you on, and it's always company and person dependent when I say this, but somebody will hire you because you're eager to learn, you're hungry, you're doing these things, I've done these things, I've done this, I've done that, and you're eager to get in there and learn, so they'll go ahead and hire you. And next thing you know, he's now running off and doing something else, and he went from there to over to SRE, and he's over at Elasticsearch now. But again, him and I, or he and I, talk about this on the just skilling up and being motivational and bringing others with you, because once you get in there, you know don't let the door slam on you. Hold the door open for somebody else to get another person there, and if you don't like it, you can jet, but you got somebody else in there, and then you can go. Right?
Yeah,
I need to get
exactly.
somebody else in here. Let's start talking about this. Let's look at the industry. You may not like it after 6 months, but we just need to get people in there so we can have the conversation of what it's like to be in there and that it exists.
right.
And it's the same way with the investing world. The goal for the 200,000 is now we can start talking about, okay, well, let's create a private equity fund, let's build a investment fund, and now we can move and start being our own venture capitalists for our
Mm.
own companies that we want to
Yeah.
build, that we
And
want
even
to
if
see.
you're not in tech, that should be the goal.
Mm.
Is what can I do to bring somebody else through the door? Because if you're the only person, and then being the only one there, it has a whole bunch of nuances. It's just like, is this person I'm bringing in, are they going to embarrass me? Am I going to do that? But it's part of being leadership. What will make you hire Pat over Greg, over Tam, over D? Those are different things. But the more people that are at the table, and that table is a proverbial table, because some people be like, F that table. We're gonna
Mm.
go and build our own table. But okay, so we're at the table with nothing. Like, what is building our own table look like? because do we have the resources? Do we have the wherewithal? Do we have the network in order to do that? Did we even work our last position long enough to know what that looks like? Because having a job does have its benefits. It's on the job training on how to look at a situation 360. If you go into a job and look like me, when I got my new position, the first thing I look at is all of the company stuff. I go look at all the company collateral materials
Mhm.
and see who they are as a company, where they want to be in the next 5 years, the next 10 years, and position myself to be in one of those domains where they're going, and make
Mm.
sure that all of my training is geared towards that if that's somewhere that I want to be or I'm interested in. But it lets them know that, you know what, she's paying attention,
Mm.
and that's where she wants to go. And to always have those conversations of forward growth in those positions. Like, okay, I'm here. Is this where you see me? Because I see myself here. And if I'm in this position, how long do I have to stay if I accept these things? These are questions that are okay to be asked, because it's a relationship with the company. And a lot of times people just like, oh, I'm with this company and I'm so happy that they hired me and it's okay. No, it's reciprocity with that. You got a great talent, and I want to make sure that my talent is being utilized and is being honed the best way, to its best capability.
Right.
And it's
Yeah,
just
for
simple as
sure.
that.
And do you have a channel already?
Yes, I do. It is called "She Stole My Thunder."
Okay.
Right, yeah, and right now it's more of an archive collection of all the videos that I've taken around the town. So and that's kind of why I was saying that at this point I'm just at that starting point, because even though I've had the channel for several years, I never really took it seriously. But I am in the point in my life where, like what you said earlier, Tamika, is that like, okay, I see myself wanted to go further. There's a whole bunch of things that I want to do, but of course, what's stopping me? The money. So I
Mm-hmm.
see that people are making decent to good money with YouTube, with coding, with tech, with whatever, and I'm like, these are things that, even though it's not my first instinct, I'm still interested enough in those topics where I would be willing to put in that work and that time and that effort to learn whatever skills I think might allow me to get those opportunities to make the money that I think that I would need or want to have, so that whatever steps I need to build in my life, I can go to there and build on that life. And like you guys said, also, hey, if I can give somebody else an opportunity, even if it doesn't work out between me and somebody else, at least somebody else had an opportunity,
Right. Right.
so.
Right. And I think I got your site. Let me know. I put it backstage too, by the way. Is that's the right site? That's
For
the right
me,
channel. Uh-huh.
okay, let me check that out. Give me a second here. I'll just
Okay.
have that.
And
Yep.
and while you do that, I want to answer this question. Nancy, you stated you want to be a tech program manager with an emphasis in data migration of projects. When you say data migration, are you talking about to microservices or to the cloud? What does that look like? And you could drop a comment there.
It looks like she might have left and came back. Maybe what the hell,
Okay.
girl?
And then see Casey, yeah, I don't. I don't. I hold myself to the fire as well too. Um, I'm probably I'm my worst enemy. I'm probably the hardest
Mhm.
person on myself, and that
Yeah, I
is
had to shoot her out of here the other day.
not because of I don't want to call it perfectionist. I just want to
That's what she called it, though. She called
yeah.
it perfectionist. And that's exactly what she wants to call it. It's a perfectionist
n-
spirit. It
it's not a
was.
perfectionist spirit. It is a yeah. If I'm doing it, I want to excel at it. But you gotta give that to my mama because that was her fault.
It's all her fault.
It
Just
was
blame
her fault.
her.
It was her fault. Don't bring me home no bees.
I blame my stepfather if that's the case. Then I
Yeah,
blame it and all the what they call them standards with their
yeah,
lines.
yeah.
And yeah, like You got it. You excellence is expected. Like anything less, like anytime your parents said that's good, but you're like, oh gosh, this pressure.
Yeah, my mama
Mhm.
used to. I brought home a D one time, and then I had a C, and I used to talk on the phone all the time. You know, you go through your boy phase and your girl phase where y'all on the phone just talking about what's going on.
Mhm.
And I was in there talking, and I gave her the thing, and I hopped on the phone, and I just closed the door and was on the phone. She came in. She get off the phone. You bringing D's and C's. You ain't got nothing to do. Nothing.
Nothing to talk
Nothing
about.
to do. Y'all ain't talking about nothing that you can't talk about tomorrow. Get these grades up. I was like, Mama, it's hard. You just don't understand. You know, you ain't in these classes like I am. So
Mm.
she's like, well, you better figure it out. You better go. You better get some help. I was
Oh,
like,
I
I
went
was
to
like,
all girls school, and it was so what was so amazing is that how parents it's a disconnect. Like they pay or they send you to school, and it's just like within school, being in this girls college prep high school, and then the pressures that we're putting on ourselves to say, let's get on the honor roll and let's do this, and so we have all these competitions and stuff within ourselves, and it wasn't really competition. Let me not say that
Mm.
it was lifting each other up. Like, come on, girls, we gonna all be on the D's list.
mm-hmm,
We gonna, and so you do those things to come home to a parent that says
That's
you
no
ain't
not
did
enough.
nothing.
mm-hmm.
Yes.
That's not enough. But that affects you as an adult
Mm.
because Tam will say, "What's taking you so long to do it?" It's because hey, I need for the, when something goes out from us that I want it to look decent. And when we
Oh
hire
my gosh,
somebody
she
else,
worse than me.
when we hire somebody to do something and the first thing she'll say is what is that, and I'm like
I don't know.
what is that, and I'm just like I just I could have just did it a little while longer, I would have got it, but
Mm.
it's something that we put on ourselves as well. And it's and a lot of people in our group, I just have to tell them just to do it. Like it's only so many certifications you're gonna get.
Mm.
There's only so many books you're gonna read. It's only gonna be everybody's trying to stack all this stuff, but when are you going to take a step? It means nothing if you don't make a move, if you don't fill out, if you don't make a resume, if you don't submit that resume to
Mm.
somebody,
Exactly.
a job, a recruiter. None of it. It's all in vain. So you can have this beautiful summary of yourself, but if nobody gets to see it, then what's the point? Like you have to fail fast.
Mm.
Mm-hmm. Fast and forward.
Fast and forward. I like that.
That's what
Exactly.
fast and forward. But is that the right site though?
Yeah, that is my my channel.
Okay.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, cool. And on your site, I see when sexy accents come out.
Don't ask too many questions about that one. No, no.
It's all good.
No,
But
no, no. Yeah.
I mean, but yeah, just in and just in just increasing that flow and stuff. Just for us, let me tell you, our background was we would do meetups and then we would post the meetups.
Hmm.
What I have found for us that works is anything that's deeply technical gets a lot of hits.
Okay.
Um, for us, that's just for us, right?
Of course, yeah.
With our content. But once you're gonna have to play around with content. Like just put out something whimsical, see how it
Mm.
hits. Then put out something a little whimsical but serious and see how that
Okay.
hits. And
Yeah,
then
for
put out
sure.
something really serious and see what kind of likes you get and the topic and the
Yeah.
time. The timing that you put out stuff is important as well too.
Of course, yeah. No, thank you very much for the advice. Because, like I said, I'm just starting, so for me, it's like all a whole jumbled mess. You know, it's all a
Oh,
whole.
I mean, we're still like
Yeah,
newbies to this YouTube stuff.
yeah.
I mean, ourselves. So like when it comes to, I think this is the highest tech that we have right now is these headphones, these headsets. But other than that,
I bought something.
it's
Oh, I
just
can't
do it.
see
Like do it and do it consistently. Like that's
I,
all that you can do is do it and do it consistently.
yeah, no.
And I mean, we just use YouTube as a repository for our meetups for the last 5 years. Like literally, we didn't touch anything, any. anything that we had us on video, we just made sure we had it on our YouTube as our repository. We didn't do anything YouTube related as far as streaming or putting any energy into YouTube until a couple of months ago.
January.
January, the beginning of the year, and it's October. So this is just an effort of us being consistent
Yeah.
and still trying to network with others. Tam is she's queen of YouTube, so able to network with a few people that she saw on there. But and to keep our momentum as far as what we like to do, we like to go to conferences. It's part of what women and Linux does to give people that 360 view. We need to know what's going on and what technologies are emerging, and you won't find that in a lot of books or even online. A lot of people make their debuts at conferences and you don't know about it. So it's just getting into those spaces that are creating the tech. It's sometimes it won't necessarily be with your peers about microphones and things of that nature. Every time I look for a new application for women in Linux, it is based on our needs only. I don't go ask a lot of questions. It's like this is my list of needs. How do I feel that? And I search per that list only, because you'll get in a black hole of stuff that doesn't even pertain to you. Like, you
Exactly.
don't need to have the latest and the greatest just to be consistent.
And another quick question: do you mind map?
Yeah. Go ahead.
Do you mind map?
Map? No, no, I
Mind
don't.
map. Okay.
No, no, no. And that's, when you were suggesting before to write things out. Right now, most of my videos I'm doing kind of just like whatever comes to head and just, you know, speaking into the microphone. Or right now I'm using ironically I'm using PowerPoint to do a lot of my videos, and I'll just type it out, really go back to it. Oh, that doesn't really sound, and I'll redo it and add the video, and then oh, that doesn't really, I'll make the adjustments as I'm been, but I won't plan ahead in advance of, okay, this is what I'm going, this is what I'm, going to be doing today, so
Mm. And I am going to show you what I mean about mind mapping here.
okay.
Uh, can you put it back on screen here?
Sure. And then while we're putting that screen up, and Latanya asked, have you ever thought about doing a TED talk?
Ooh, TED Talk. Not for me personally, because I don't feel like I would have anything that would be worth
Oh,
me
the
going
question
at.
was for Tam. I'm
Oh,
not,
sorry,
I don't,
sorry,
I'm sorry. I'm
sorry,
sorry.
sorry.
I thought about it. Somebody asked me to do a TED talk, but I just never did it. Yeah, I just
Uh,
never did it.
I think when it comes to Mika, I don't know if you have to. I think I looked up TED Talks, and you have to fill out an application and do all that other good stuff for a TED Talk. That's kind of too much work for women in Linux. Like, things we've done everything organically, to be honest. Like, if a keynote comes and it's just like, here, this is what it is. We get those slides together, we get our points, we volley back and forth for each other. So it's like when she keynotes, it's like I went up there and spoke as well because I see those slides on there, and I'm like, teamwork makes the dream work. But other than that, everything is pretty organic. And I guess I can say that for you, she stole my thunder. Like, don't overthink it. Just let it be organic for you. Because I mean, we could have not been a nonprofit. It was a company early on that we went to New York, and we went to go pitch another business and our idea, and they told us if women in Linux wanted to be for profit, we could have got funding. We could have been a totally different entity right now. And we
Mm,
were just like, no, that's not what we're looking for that. So, and it just fell in our lap.
yeah.
So the reason why I asked you about mind maps is
Mm,
because here's a mind map, right, that I did for a talk. I did this one in Seattle.
okay.
But this is how I developed the talk, making a mental shift from a system administrator to a technical leader.
Okay.
And then I just blabbed points down on it. So like, oh, support, training, effective leadership, What are your limits? Team dynamics, being your worst enemy. Why is this position open? Daily growth. And
Okay.
then you can go back into them and sit down and think about, okay, what do you mean by support? Mental health, is the team motivated? Being able to meet with other teams, breaking down silos, team buy-in, right?
Yeah.
And then you take that as your baseline
Okay.
and
Yeah.
let that be the topic of your YouTube show.
Got you, got you. Yeah, no, that this definitely, especially since it's more of a visual presentation, this makes more sense to me. You know,
Mhm.
because if it was just paragraph after paragraph, at one point I admit I would just like, okay, I need to get away from this, and I read enough books. I don't need to read another book. You know what I mean? So it's like
Mhm.
for the fact that it's visual, it's like line, 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 and okay, I get to the point. I know what I mean by this, and because it's something that I can create for myself, I don't necessarily have to mold my thoughts into somebody else's idea. It's like I'm reflecting on myself here and doing it for myself, you know?
Right. And so what this drives you to do is think what you're actually trying to say.
Yeah.
And so you can then just put down one word or sentence or pin a link if you wanted to add a link to that. What are your limits? Oh, what are my limits? Size, keep going. You can keep going all the way out
Yeah.
and stuff like that. But now when you go do your talk, you don't share the screen per
Of
se.
course. Yeah.
You just say, hey, here's my topic. Let's talk about training. Boom. Okay, bias. Let's talk about bias and training. Let's talk about how do you grow. There's also a need to continue the skill stack, but then you also get tired and burned out. Do you have a budget for it? Did they
Mm.
even offer me a budget? Should I negotiate for a budget? Group learning or paired programming, what does that look like? I want to share my screen with someone so they could tell me if my thoughts are right, or I went down this path and no, that's not it, or they're showing me something, right?
Yeah.
Increasing your communication. So now, as you do this on your channel, you start to actually pull down visually what your mind map
Yeah.
is and where you were
Exactly.
going with that, and then it becomes storytelling
Ah, yeah.
versus talking.
Mm. No, you're right. And I mean, this is the kind of thing that, like I said, it would definitely help. And I like, yeah, as you were talking, I'm like, let me look this up because it's like, this is definitely a tool that would definitely help me out. And like you said, be that opportunity, uh, because I do want to have, regardless of what my actual topic is going to be, I do want to make it feel like I have a story to say rather
Mhm.
than just me being up here ranting about anything and everything. And
Mhm.
often, a lot of the YouTubers that I listen to, regardless of whether they're in my industry or a completely different industry, I feel like the ones that I listen to tend to be the ones that I feel like they have a story to say, that there's, even if they're talking about two or three different random things, there was a natural flow to it, and there was a
Mhm.
reason why they brought up something that seemingly had nothing to do with what they wanted to say that they had, like you said, a story to say, so it was
Mhm.
all linked. It was all, because our life is like that. You're not always going to have a clear cut, everybody's going on the same one narrow path. You're going to have moments where you're going to be talking about or doing something that has nothing to do with anything, so.
Right. And this also helps you, like if you miss something, you were like, oh, let me do a part two of this to bring it on home.
Mm.
So now you're stretching out that topic and not having to come up with something for the next week
Exactly.
or for the
I've
next show.
That's it. It could literally be built as different chapters where even if
Oh
you want to
yeah.
talk, about 20 different things that, okay, today I'm only going to talk about the first five. And
Right.
then next week is going to be the next five, and the week after, so even if you want to address it in several videos, because it's visual, because you see the links, because you can set it up in a way that makes sense to you,
Mhm.
when you're ready to make the video, you can go and do something else with it, so.
Mhm. Mhm. And so I offer that to you. I offer that to everybody in the group as well too. That if you all want to do that, that's cool as well too.
Yeah, I
Right.
did a mind map of myself,
Hmm.
just D in the middle, and then what she does every day.
Ah, good idea.
And that mind map scared me.
Oh no! Oh
It
no!
was huge. Oh, like this thing is like nothing.
Mm.
I
And
implore everybody to do that. And then you'll actually see what you do and how much time in the day that you put. It helps you like for
Not.
me, I'm always like battling with time management for
Mhm.
myself because there's so many things that I put my hands on in a day. But when I actually saw it on paper, I was like, okay, so I'm not crazy. I am not crazy.
and
I
we,
do a
No.
lot of stuff.
and we got a
Yeah.
positive review on the sound, by the way.
I did hear that, but they said that our sound always sounds good.
Okay. Okay. Cool. And we also got some stuff in here.
But I
Women in
did
Lin-
hear some scratching maybe from yours, maybe twice. Maybe your head
it
said
might be
twice.
water
Oh,
when I was drinking water.
I don't know. You
Women
were
in Linux
offline.
speaks on all things, no flinching, then brings in the perspective of the cause. This is a great example of one of the communication skills that transcends across tech. Yep, 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 yep. Uh, yep. Oh yeah, technical program manager. I usually find program managers in DoD spaces, not necessarily in startups. I see product managers more. So I'm not sure which area you're looking in. Uh, no, no TED talk. We did that. Oh yeah. So the coach, you said coming from a compliance background in RMF, just started learning Linux this week, looking to expand my knowledge. Very excited that I found a channel. Yep, come join us in Slack. Those who have not joined us in Slack, meet us in Slack. That's where I post nothing but Linux stuff. We meet on every Wednesday to discuss the RHCSA, and then we do the same thing on Thursdays. And then on our weekends, is this show. I am going to try to do some more live training with Linux. It's just with it when it comes to live training, it's just gets so technical sometimes, and I don't want to lose people when I'm doing things. I like to have the engagement that GoToMeeting has that YouTube doesn't really give you, other than you post a question and maybe what you're posting doesn't make sense to me, but I can
Right.
hear the hesitation, and you don't want to write 200 characters or
Yeah.
200 words or something like that. So it's a little iffy for me when it comes to that. But I can try to be I could try to scale it down where it could be an easy flow.
Maybe
But
we can just do like a short on a command.
uh,
Like we can do it
uh,
behind the scenes and see how that works. Like with a short, like a little technical. Like this is this command. And
let
this
me
is
go
what
back
this
and
command does.
let me show you. You said, how do you find women in Linux? I'll say, well, if you go to womeninlinux.org and if you hit connect on womeninlinux.org, it'll bring you to our Slack channel sign up address, and then from there you can just hit us up on Women in Linux. From there, it'll bring you directly to our Slack channel, right? And so,
Thank you so my thunder. Thank you
yeah,
for
Thank you.
coming up. We really
yeah,
appreciate it.
I
I,
appreciate you, and good luck on your channel.
thank you. Thank you.
She stole my thunder. You saw the site, or I should say, you saw the channel. Um, check it out. I appreciate everybody for all the chats for today. I know the stream went long, wasn't supposed to, but it did. My bad. Um, uh, really. But I hope you enjoyed the information. I hope it gave you some insights to see where money is flowing to, so you can look and see where you need to be, or even telling young kids. That's the other thing too, right? Some of these companies are going to be where your children and your grandchildren are going to work at. So you have the insight knowledge now to understand what their technology stack is like, and what they're doing to even influence your kids or grandkids or neighbors where to go look at in terms of like money or so forth. And not to say that those companies are going to survive 20 years, but you don't know what could happen in the next 5 years, right? We don't know. Robots taking over in the whole nine, right? We making rain now, so they're making it rain in Dubai. So with robots. So I didn't even get into that, but we'll get into that another time. But we appreciate everybody for sticking around. hanging out with us. Go get you something to eat, something to drink. I know that's what it's our time. I think Dee was telling me that, hey, it's 6 o'clock. It's our time. I'm ready to eat. Uh,
I didn't say that, but
that's what
I am a little famished.
that means.
I'm famished, and
Right.
I'm on a detox, so I can't have any cocktails, but I am still famished.
Oh well, we I guess we're gonna be staying in the house then, since you can't have no cocktails.
I'm not supposed to have it. I can have something sparkly in the form of water, and you would never know.
It ain't the same. These are all lies. That's why they've been getting on you all day.
They've been giving me the blues. They've been giving me the absolute blues. The blues.
Yeah, all day mean face.
I'm just reading and doing 400 things. I'm just trying to hold it together over here.
Yeah, that's whatever. But again, thank you all, and we're gonna catch y'all up. Lies, all lies. We're gonna catch y'all next. We're gonna catch you next. We'll catch you Wednesday. I'm gonna try to. I don't know if I'm gonna be able to go live because I got my exam that I gotta do. I need to be studying. And so I don't know if I'll be live a lot this week. I know I'll be studying. So we'll see how that goes. But until then, most definitely we'll have a happy hour on the 16th and we'll see y'all then. All right.
All right,
Bye.
you guys have a good one. Thank
Be
you for your
safe out
support.
there.